Hello! The video that follows is a compilation of comic readings and commentaries from my series, Hellgate. This video covers issues 27 through 39, also known as the Green Flame issues. Hellgate started in 2003 when I was 15 and ran till 2009. You can read it for free at jaegercomics.com. This footage was captured from my streams over at twitch.tv/Jaeger_comics. Alright, so this is Battle 27 Love's True Form from 2007. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 26 Bloodlust. Jesse fights Aku and ends up losing his left arm. Neil shows up in time to save everyone, but then Kelly shows up, her soul having been brought back by a demon. Neil gets so angry his demonic form turns him into a mindless beast. The Jaeger sword breaks, and Neil starts to go unstable, on the verge of exploding, until an embrace from Courtney brings Neil back to normal, and into a new transformation. The third transformation, the strongest of the three forms, overflowing with holy energy. Wow, Neil looks so beautiful. And actual Neil is bleeding everywhere. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Squee! Return of Random Bunny from issue 8. Still cute. Damn, this sword is really heavy. Even with both arms, I can barely swing it. Trying for that swing. Gah! Boom. Finally gets a swing, and doesn't look that impressive. That was just sad. The sword is too heavy? Jaeger only used the form once. Love. That emotion will only get in the way during battle. This form is useless. But he never had a problem with the sword's weight. Remembering Jaeger's sword and Neil's sword. It must have been when the sword broke. Something to do with those marks. Courtney, stay by the sword. What are you gonna do? Hand to hand, or sphere. Goes rushing in with the Naruto run. Jumps over a stab. And a spinning kick to the face. And she's down hard. But, of course, it quickly heals. Without your sword, you don't stand a chance! Neil easily dodging every single stabs. Die! More dodging. Jump. And punch in the face! Kelly doesn't stand a chance! You're wrong. Unless Neil uses the sword, Kelly will keep regenerating. I'm tired of all this jumping around. I need to find a way to keep him in one spot. She sees Courtney over there. If I go after Courtney, Neil will have to get between us in order to save her. Then I can strike. I will take Courtney's head! Courtney, stay where you are! Okay. Neil runs. Perfect. I will protect you. Cut in half. The demon latched onto her soul is absorbed, and her soul disappears. And the fight is over. Demonic? Can you heal Jesse's arm? That would be a waste of time. When Jesse changes back, his wounds will be gone. So that's why you're okay with me and Neil training with real swords. So what would happen if Jesse cut me? You'd bleed. What's with the penguin? Meanwhile, the Demon King, left early. Still waiting for his big boom. To be continued. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 28, the one he truly loves. Neil finds himself fighting Aku again. Now Neil has his new third transformation, but he still can't lift the heavy sword. Only the one he loves can bring out the Jaeger sword's true power. Is the woman he loves Courtney or someone else? All right, commentary time. So let's talk about a couple things on this new cover. One, it's the green flame issues now. Why green? Oh, I need a new color. We've done red, blue. Now it's the green flame issues. The area around the lettering, which started out as black, it was a dark green. Now it's a light, or it was black, then a dark gray, and now it's a light gray. No real reason behind that besides just me shifting things. I do like it much better. I can't get over the fact that I don't know what it is, but if you look back at the Blue Flame covers, the text actually kind of is painful to the eyes. The way the red fights with the dark gray, it just doesn't work at all. At least now it's not as painful. And we have Neil's new transformation. So let's talk about the inspirations. So of course the initial inspiration, like any of Neil's forms, is from Dragon Ball Z, Super Saiyan, right? And so Super Saiyan 3 has long hair. So the first way I drew it was he got really buff still, and he had the long hair, and he had no eyebrows. It was very identical to Super Saiyan 3. But before it became time for it to show up in the issue, I kept working with it and tweaking it. And another big inspiration that got thrown in was, as Steph saw, Inuyasha. I was a big Inuyasha fan in high school, which is when I was coming up with a lot of the ideas for Hellgate. So his hair is it's not as spiky. It's more soft like Inuyasha's. We haven't seen the red come into play. We'll see that soon. We'll see more of the Inuyasha influence later. Of course, another influence, is the larger sword. It used to be curved like Inuyasha's sword, but instead I just made it larger and have it still be like broadsword shaped. And also the fact that Neil can't lift the sword is probably pretty much inspired by moments in mid Inuyasha in which his sword breaks and he has trouble lifting it for a while. So very heavily inspired by that one. So this is kind of, so we got these three girls here. We have, of course, our main Courtney, Jessica, and then this girl, Amanda. Not a main character. She's just been hanging around for the last couple of issues. Jesse saved her life. They think Neil's new form is beautiful. So funny story with this. I remember around the time I was making this issue, I was hanging out with my niece, who's only a couple years younger than me. And my niece has a very, very traditional upbringing. And I remember showing her this drawing and she just didn't get it. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea of a long-haired guy being attractive. In fact, I remember both her and my sister-in-law being like, I don't know how you're going to expect to find a girlfriend if you're going to keep your hair long, which is kind of funny because even at the time, like I had girlfriends and I've had many more since then where I'm just like, some women are into looks other than the ones you're into. I don't know about my sister-in-law. My niece has definitely mellowed out as she's gotten older. I know her oldest boy has long hair. He's like 7 or 8 now. She's become way more like hippie mom. So Return of Random Bunny, because why not? We had a Random Bunny in issue 8. Now it's back. Okay, I don't need stocks. Weird. Definitely an issue here is there's not enough action lines. There's just stuff. Everything feels frozen. There's not enough lines, but whatever. Ben, here we get a... This is actually the only appearance in the whole series we see of Bannon in his third form. As you can see, it didn't have the markings there, and he had no problem lifting it. But apparently it's not a form he'd like to use, and we will see a bit more of that later. And then Neil goes in to fight hand-to-hand. And again, just because of the Inuyasha reference, when I say Naruto running, I'm just using the term everyone else knows. I always thought of it as Inuyasha running, because that's who I saw running like that more before Naruto was a thing. This action's actually kind of hard for me to look at now. It's just... just feels so stiff now. Like even this punch, it's like, I don't know. I'm glad I got better. That's all I can say. I'm glad I'm better at this now. This kind of still works. This whole, like, she goes after her, Neil gets in between, and he's able to get one good slash in. Although these arms are a little awkward. Especially that one on this one. Ugh, what the hell. But for that, that's it for Kelly. And this is also where I established that, like, you know, this is Jesse. Jesse's transformed into his training partner mode, and I keep up the, here I explained that, you know, had Jesse been injured during that training, he's going to be... None of his injuries from Transformed will carry over. And then I just like the idea of like, okay, well, what would happen if I was cut? Well, you'd bleed. Sorry. And here we have acknowledging the hippo still around. And yeah, this also, I wanted to explain that the Demon King was not there for this fight. He got out of there early. So that'll be key. There are certain things he did not see here. That was... Hellgate. Battle 27, Love's True Form. Thank you. Anyway, this is Hellgate Battle 28, the one he truly loves, from 2007. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 27, Love's True Form. Neil transformed into his new third form thanks to his love for Courtney, and even though the Jaegersword's new form was too heavy, Neil was able to get one good swing in and take out Kelly once and for all. So here we have Courtney with the premiere of her new haircut. The hair drying. Perfect. Courtney, your hair looks awesome. Do you think Neil will like it? He won't be able to keep his hands off you. Amal? Neil reading some Big O. My left arm is numb. Demonic says that'll wear off. It's a side effect of having your arm cut off while transformed. Holding up a magazine with one hand is annoying. Will you hold this open while I read it? And it's a Fun Boy magazine. Perv. Boom. So about you and Courtney, yeah? You two going at it like bunnies? No! Punch. Beating on Jesse this issue. That girl Amanda was cute. Who? The girl I saved. Too bad when you transformed back she didn't recognize you. Oh, poor Jesse. Things have settled down. The demons that were on a rampage while I was gone have gone back into hiding. What is the Demon King planning? About the penguin. Dun dun! This guy's back. Jesse, go call Demonic. I might need his help. Okay. Let's go somewhere less populated. Back at the hotel. A cell phone ringing. Payphone. Hello? Jessica, put Demonic on the phone. Okay. Hello? Demonic! Aku is here. Neil is fighting him. I'm on my way. Only Neil's new form will be strong enough to beat Aku. But Neil still can't lift the sword in that form. Only the one Neil loves the most can bring out the Jaegersword's true power. Me? Let's go. Right. So. The Demon King sent you here to kill me. No. I am here without the Demon King's knowledge. Do you know the Demon King's plan? Plan? The Demon King wants you to explode. Ah. The Demon King wants you to be consumed with so much rage that your demonic power will cause you to self-destruct. That is what will amuse him most. You came close to exploding the other day, didn't you? Flashing back to when Neil almost exploded. Besides a few demons that acted on their own, and the plan involving the gem. Every fight you've been in has been an attempt to either attack you emotionally or leave you with no other choice but explode. But there is no telling how he'll act now that he can't spy on you. Spy on me? You now hold the gem. It prevents the Demon King's magic from viewing you. So the Demon King hasn't seen my third form. So why are you here? 2,000 years ago, Hyeger spent most of his time in Europe and Northern Africa. I was in Japan. So you see, I've never faced an opponent who could harm me. This little necklace eye opens up. To put it simply, boom. I wish to fight you, Neil Hyeger, the Demon Slayer. Good. I still can't lift the sword in my third form, so... Alright! Into his demonic form, goes in with a swing. You're fast. However, big swing, pushing Neil back to a tree. You do not have the power to back it up. Ah! That was a hard hit. It took a lot out of him. Damn. Meanwhile, in the car. Neil, just hold on till we get there. Neil, it's my turn to save you. There's no choice. I have to try my new form. He thinks of Courtney. The sword grows. His hair grows. And his shirt changes color. Boom. My shirt turned red. Oh. Look at all that energy! Throws his robe to the side. Seems you have made this worth my time. Damn, the sword is still too heavy. But here goes. Goes in for a swing. Clash. That was weak! Are you trying to make me mad? You're a waste of time. I should kill you now! They arrive. I'm not sure what to do, so I'll just call out his name with all my heart. Here goes. Neil! Oh. Sword catches on fire. I can lift the sword? Jessica activated the sword? Will you be more of a match now? Much more. Goes in with a fast strike. Very nice. I almost didn't block that. I was holding back. Oh, slash. Bam, there goes an arm. The one Neil loves is Jessica? What did you do? The same thing you did to Jessie. What's the matter, Aku? Isn't this what you wanted? A strong opponent? Don't slay me! If you cannot keep me from slaying you, demon, then you have no right to live. Isn't that what you said to Amanda? Boom. And Aku is slain. And the sword falls in the grass. Nice job, Neil. Right, Courtney? Whatever. Huh? And an update of the ages of these characters. Issue 1, so their ages as of 5/1/2003, and then the age of this current issue, which would be 9/30/07. Neil started the series at 15. He's currently 19. Courtney started at 17. Now she's 21. Jessica was 14. Now she's 18. Jesse was 13. Now he's 17. I don't know why. I just felt like including that at that time. Next time on Hellgate, Big Neil. When even Neil's new lighter sword is unable to take on a giant demon, he is forced to pilot a giant robot. Big Neil, showtime! All right, so one thing I remember about making this cover is that when I started coloring it and this guy was just in these like Speedo shorts and a collar, I was like, this guy looks like a fucking erotic dancer now. The mesh shirt doesn't help either. Yes, Courtney's new hair. Courtney's hair has changed the most over the series. This was finally the hairstyle I settled on and will be her hairstyle for the rest of the series. I was very happy with it. There's a couple scenes in here where I don't like how it looks, but overall I think I like the design, and she would maintain that until Heaven Gate when everyone got an update. Neil's reading a manga called Big O. Put a pin in that. That'll come in. That'll come up next issue. I also like this idea that, like, yeah, Jesse's arm's back, but it's like numb for a while since it got cut off while he was transformed into his like samurai form. Also, I brought this up. I won't go over this again with my weird issue with pornography at this age, where I vilified it. But yeah, just more of that line of like, oh, that's not okay. Here I have pretty much established that things are kind of back to normal. The demons are back into like subdued. They're not causing mass chaos across the world. You can see Neil still has like scars all over his body from where like his basically skin was ripping apart in the couple issues ago when he got a little bit too muscular in that super demonic form. Here's a blast of from the past, an old flip phone. Usually I drew earpieces when people talked on the phone because it was much easier to draw, but I guess this time I decided to go full phones to faces. Here's a classic case of talking head syndrome. I have a conversation, and the only way I could really spice it up is to keep drawing Aku at different angles. Hoo boy. Once again, though, I established here he's got this little pendant. Where is it? Here it is. Little pendant here. And when the eye opens, it turns into a big sword. I remember getting a criticism when this issue came out from someone who said, you get some dumb criticism sometime, and this is definitely a dumb one. He wouldn't have been able to do that. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, he wouldn't have been able to like cut his cheek like that without he wouldn't have been able to move that close that fast. I'm sorry. Who are you to decide this? It's my fucking comic. If this guy can fucking teleport, he can fucking teleport, man. Fucking, I made the character. Weird shit like that. Neil first tries this demonic form, and that doesn't work. And yeah, like here, I don't like how her hair looks here. Very rarely, I think this is one of the last times you see, because like I will have like which side of her face is covered. Back here, like when I first made it, I was like trying to keep that consistent. I stopped caring after this because it always looked better if it was the side that you weren't closest to. So I don't care if she just literally saw her turn her head. I don't care. It would switch sides. I don't give a shit. Whatever looks better. Another transformation to Neil's third form. This is the first time I established that his shirt turns red. Why? Honestly, the design reason is just like I just wanted to mix up the colors, and it also harkens to the Inuyasha inspiration for this form. Why in canon? No. his shirt turns red. Fuck you. That's why. Once again, I find myself disappointed in my characterization of Courtney. She just really comes off as this weak-kneed, generic anime girl lately, where she's always just like, "Oh, I hope he's gonna be okay." Oh, and like it's weird because like, not only do I don't feel like that's her character now, I don't remember ever feeling that was her character. I think I don't know. I wasn't good at writing then, and so I just kind of followed the bouncing ball of various anime tropes instead of thinking about my character's motivations and how they would interact with the world around them, you know. I indicate the color red with cross-hatching in Hellgate. It wasn't necessarily always the case. I don't know when that started. It may have started around now, honestly, to indicate that sure it's red, but cross-hatching is how I show that Neil's shirt and eyes are red. And that will carry over to other characters with time. I don't think... Where's Demonic? Yeah, Demonic's red, but I've never shaded him. But I know before long I will... I know before the series ends, I get into the habit of cross-hatching Demonic as well. I'm kind of proud of this shot. So you see Courtney getting ready to do her whole scream, and then you have like Jessica kind of get that shout in first. And it causes these flames, these red flames, to appear around Neil's sword, and now he can lift it. And once he can lift his sword, Aku is no match. And yeah, like I said, I don't know why I suddenly decided I needed to elaborate on everyone's ages. I guess I don't know. Just felt like giving everyone the knowledge of how they've grown over the course of the series. It was also fun to go back and kind of draw what their original designs were in my current art style. Yeah, Jessica is the only one who has had no design changes up to this point. Jesse's gone through different hairstyles and ditched the glasses. Neil's gotten different style glasses and grown out his hair. Courtney's had all kinds of hair change. Jessica, no change. And the next issue is Big Neil, which is a very fun and interesting one. But yes, that was Hellgate, Battle 28. The one he truly loves. Thank you for that, Redeem. Lord of Kirby, 64. I'll go ahead and get started. This is Hellgate, Battle 29, Big Neil, from 2007. The last time on Hellgate, Battle 28, the one he truly loves, Neil ended up fighting Aku again, but he still can't lift the new form's sword. Demonic reveals that only the one Neil loves the most can bring out the sword's true power, but it was Jessica's voice, not Courtney's, that made the sword lighter. Neil was finally able to slay Aku. So Neil's got this new form. When Jessica said his name, the sword got these red flames, and it was able to be lifted, and it was Jessica's voice that did that, so that's why Courtney kind of has this misconception, or is it a misconception? I don't know. We need to learn what's going on there. So first we start out with this guy here carrying this little sword pendant to the demon castle. Very good. This hand? A prosthetic left behind by D4.0. Luckily I was able to get it before the US Army discovered D4.0's storage. Cut over to California, now leaving Pinion Hills. Zark! 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 Hippo wants to know why you're sitting back here. You named the penguin Hippo? No! That's the name his mama gave him. Zark! Would you two shut up? I'm trying to drive. Oh. Only the one Neil loves the most can bring out the Jaeger sword's true power. Meaning, the one Neil loves, the one who made the sword lighter, is Jessica. Suddenly giant demon! Neil immediately goes into his third form. Neil. Sword catches flame. There it is. It's her voice that makes the sword stronger. Neil goes in for a stab. You seem to have an issue here. He's too small to cause any real damage. A couple fighter jets come in. The Air Force? Boom! Direct hit. Ooh, man, there is not much left of him. As you should know, any wound not caused by the Demon Slayer will regenerate. I suggest you come with me. Oh, it's the military involved now. Fort Irwin. Levi Welch told us where to find D4.0's warehouse, and we recently raided it. General Stahl, sir, the item you requested. That's D4.0. As I thought. I was told he is currently harmless. Just to be safe. Neil quickly transforms and slays D4.0. He's absorbed into the sword. So I take it you have a plan for fighting the giant demon? If you just take a look in this hangar over here, you'll have your answer. Very big. Very big. A Megadeus! A what? It's a term meaning giant robot from Neil's favorite TV show, Big O. However, it's not finished. I'm Major Norman Berg, the head engineer of this project. We found this robot in D4.0's warehouse. It still needs more work before it's ready for battle. You're not planning on using it against the giant demon, are you? Only the Jägersword can slay demons. That's why we want to run the Jägersword's energy directly into the robot's sword. I'm not sure if that would work or not, but it's worth a shot. But that would mean you have to pilot it. This is what happens when one man's happiness level reaches a critical level. We'll need Neil and Demonic to help design the finishing touches. That night. It feels weird being away from the Jägersword. Why did they keep it? It's a big part of the robot's control system. They need it for adjustments. Did something happen between you and Courtney? She seems pretty mad at you lately. I don't know. Wow, Neil's scars make him look buff. Back at Fort Irwin, we see the sword being heavily analyzed. What are your findings, Major? Well, the sword seems to be a lot stronger than it should be. For example, the handle is pure gold, but it's far more dense and strong than gold should be. What do you expect from a sword made from God? Can you replicate it? We should be able to make a sword that will bestow the wielder with the same enhancements. Perfect. Did you hear all that, Sergeant Jaeger? Bro, how am I going to stop this? The big day. What's with the tux? Zerk. Here it comes. See, it's kind of chasing a fighter jet. Fighter jet veers away. Neil grins, holds up his watch. Big Neil! Showtime! Fuck all happens. Even the demon's confused. Hello, I said Big Neil, showtime! Major Berg, that means he wants you to bring out the robot. Oh, beep. Boom. Rising from the ground is Big Neil. Wow. So, why did you have us bury it? Because it looks cool. Neil jumps into the cockpit. Cast in the name of God, ye not guilty. Big Neil! Action! The fight begins. Swords clash. A punch in the face. The demon breathes fire, but the arms act as shields. Ah! Oh, got him on the edge. You're doing great. The demon doesn't stand a chance. Time to make it transform. What? Why? You're winning. Big Neil, final stage. The sword, boom, expands. See, it kind of gets longer, and then these little blades come out on each side to make it just a wider sword as well. The hair goes flying off. Bring in the hairpiece. Couple choppers come delivering a new piece. Locks on. Click. Neil has transformed into his third form within the cockpit. No. Transformation complete. Where the fuck did that arm go? Where did the right arm go? The demon tore it off while you were busy transforming. But the robot is stronger now, right? No, it's weaker. The sword is harder to wield, the hairpiece is way too heavy, and the color change used up half the power. So why did you make it transform, Neil? Because it looked cool. Grow up! All right, it's showtime, folks. Let's go! Another swing of the sword. Back and forth, the battle continues. Going in for a stab. Ah! Right through the gut. And off the cliff. Yeah! Warning. And the robot completely breaks down. The robot is broken. Too bad. Because you kept screwing around! Nah! Foot shot. And extra page. Next time on Hellgate. Battle 30, The One I Love Is You. Neil leaves his friends behind, not wanting any of them to get hurt like Courtney did, but Neil runs into a demon, and without Jessica, he cannot lift the sword in its third form. And Neil finally reveals the one he truly loves above all else. Commentary time. So, there's actually an alt of this comic cover. For funsies, I made one in where it's in its third form. I never posted it anywhere, but it exists. Neil's eye design is actually slightly different here than what is usually. It's kind of off model, but I just felt like it fit better for his expression. So his eyes are just slightly, they're just, the design is just slightly off model, but it works for this cover. I'll cover the design of Big Neil later in the issue. So yeah, Return of Flappy Cow Demon. That's just what I fucking know him as. He appeared in an earlier issue. I just loved him too much to kill him off, so he's just kind of, now he's running as an errand boy for the Demon King. And yeah, this sword is, you see, Aku's got this big sword here. When the eye is closed, the sword shrinks down to a pendant. And we see that although Aku was defeated, he has now given the sword to the Demon King. The Demon King, of course, lost his hand in an earlier issue to a cut by the Hjäger sword, so it's a permanent injury. There was a mistake in an issue since then where he has the hand back, but that's just a mistake. Now I've completely replaced his hand with a robotic prosthetic. Pinion Hills, California is a place I've actually been. I visited there just before I started college after high school. I met some friends on Gaia Online who lived out there, and I went and stayed with them for a week in December of 2006. It's a small desert town up in the mountains, and so this is kind of like a little Easter egg to them. This is the first time we learned Hippo's name as being Hippo, the penguin, and this is the only explanation we get is why is his name Hippo? That's the name his mama gave him, and also Jesse can understand him. And we're just going to accept that. And we see Courtney is still not in a good mood. This is actually interesting. I was in college when I made this issue. I remember that very clearly because I was in a speech class and we had to give a speech on how to do something. And I did a speech on how to make comics. And this was actually the page I was working on and what I used for my example for that speech. This page on the right was the page I used to it was the one I was in a work in progress, and I used that as an example of a work in progress page and what order I do things in. These fighter jets, not half bad. Not half bad for back then. Not a biggest fan of this explosion here, but you know, really hooks him up. This is the premiere of a character called Bruce Stahl. General Bruce Stahl. He'll be reoccurring. He's actually based off someone, my guy I was working with at the time. I worked at a gas station. I made the pizzas, and he started working there around the same time. He was a vet, and I asked if I could use him as the basis for this character. He was never a general, mind you. Fort Irwin is near Pinion Hills, and that's actually where my brother was stationed. So I've been there too. I actually visited both my friends from Guy Online in Pinion Hills and Fort Irwin to see my brother. So that is an actual military fort in California. D4.0. So if you don't remember him, he first appeared at the end of issue 5, but his main thing was issue 6. In issue 6, he had created robot copies of the entire cast. And then he later made a robot copy of Courtney that fell in love with Neil. And they had to actually go into cyberspace to stop him. And so that's why he's deactivated here, is because he basically has been uploaded with a virus that has completely shut down his systems. So he's harmless here, but here's where we kind of get that closure where he finally gets slain and absorbed into the sword. We actually won't learn anything more about D4.0 until Heaven Gate, but there is actually some more lore to learn about him in Heaven Gate. And here we have our first look at the giant robot, the skeleton of it. And yeah, Megaduce. So let's start talking about the hugest inspiration for this comic. Anime called Big O. Big O is quite a good anime. It has a lot of visual similarity to Batman the Animated Series because it's the same animation studio. But while Batman was a American cartoon, this was a Japanese anime, because a lot of animation's outsourced anyway. So it has a lot of visual similarity to Batman the Animated Series in terms of art style and even the ambiance. Paradigm City looks a lot like Gotham in terms of just the color palette. And it's about giant robots. They're called Megaduces. The main character, Roger Smith, his Megaduce is called Big O. And Norman Berg, we see this is Major Norman Berg here. That name's actually pulled from Big O as well. Norman Berg is the name of Roger Smith's butler who helps maintain Big O. So that was also another reference there. There's actually a reference to Big O. I believe in the previous issue, you can see Neil actually reading a volume of Big O. And yeah, Neil still has some scars from his kind of brush with demonic explosion a few issues back. So areas where his like skin was ripping apart from his muscle mass, and then the cut on his cheek from his fight from Aku. And then this is kind of, well, for one, I really kind of hate this scene. It's Talking Head Syndrome. It's two characters close-ups, and the only difference is like their eyes, so it can be kind of visually confusing on who's talking here. Not a big fan of that. But this is kind of setting up a future plot point where they're kind of doing some studying of the Jaeger sword and seeing if they can duplicate it. Why is everyone bald? Because it's the military. You gotta shave your head. Not necessarily. In fact, here we see Brian, the return of Brian, Neil's older brother. And yep, Neil's in a tux because that's what Roger Smith always wears in Big O. Not a big fan of these close-up of his mouth here. I did my best, but I could probably do better now. Also, not a big fan of this here. Just his face is very extreme, but his body's still stiff. That he should be like, you know? Not very good drawing. Also weird that there's just like this control panel out in the middle of nowhere in this field where you can release the giant robot. And yeah, they buried it. Why? Because it looks cool. Because that is how fucking it worked in Big O. Big O always appeared from the ground. I still kind of like the design for Big Neil. It's heavily inspired by Big O, where like this huge neck section, which is where the cockpit is in Big O. Um, and the large arms are definitely like the large forearms are definitely Big O inspired. The faces, it's not bad. It definitely needs some refinement. And giant robots aren't really my specialty, but it's it could be a lot more boring. Cast in the name of God, ye not guilty. That is what always shows up on the screen during Big O. I'm not the biggest fan of it being here because there's like no in-universe reason for the screen to say that in this. There's just more callback, but that's probably the one where I think I went a smidge too far. And also the reason I also decided to brand the sword, the giant robot with American iconography because it was being basically built by the U.S. military. So it's got an American flag on it. It says USA on one arm. It says Jaeger on the other arm because it's Neil's big robot. Not the most exciting fight in terms of artistic ability. This here on the left is there's so little movement in the poses. Much better now. But you can get that they're fighting, and then it's time for the transformation. I kind of explained this before about how it worked. The way the sword expands like that. It is largely not a good transformation. It actually hurts the robot, so I thought it'd be funny. Just Neil's like, it has a cool transformation. It's like, well, a cool transformation won't actually make it stronger. I don't know why they let him implement it anyway. And a lot of what Neil's saying is taken directly out of Big O. Big Neil, showtime! All right, it's showtime, folks. Let's go! Big Neil, action! This is stuff that Roger Smith shouts while he's piloting Big O. The way Neil pilots it, I really like how Neil pilots the big robot is that he uses the sword. So he kind of like puts the sword into this like compartment or this little area in the cockpit, and that's how he like pilots it, is just like using the sword as like a giant joystick almost. I don't know if I clearly showed that. It's kind of shown here in this last frame where he's like really pushing it forward to get it going. And then he stabs the demon and off the cliff. And the foot shot. This actually predates the internet's fascination with feet as a fetish. I just had an extra frame and decided to be funny with it. And that was it. And that was the whole issue. So yeah, next time is Battle 30, which is a big one. So yeah, that was Hellgate Battle 29. Big Neil, thank you for that redeem, Lord of Kirby 60. All right then, this is Hellgate Battle 30. The one I love is you. Last time on Hellgate Battle 29, Big Neil. In order to fight a giant demon, Neil got the chance to pilot a giant robot called Big Neil. Neil also finally slayed D4.0. It also seems the army is planning something involving Neil's brother, Brian. Neil was able to slay the giant demon, but the question of whether Neil loves Jessica or Courtney remains to be answered. So to kind of catch up on where... so that last issue, yes, we had our Big O giant robot anime homage issue. So yeah, so the current thing going on with Jessica, Courtney, and Neil is that we've been hinting at this whole time that there's definitely something going on between Courtney and Neil. They've essentially admitted their feelings towards one another. However, Neil's new transformation has trouble wielding the sword. And it's said that the one Neil loves the most will bring up the sword's true power, but it was Jessica's voice that unlocked the sword's ability to be wielded easier. So, Courtney is kind of miffed.
Only the one Neil loves the most can bring out the Jaeger sword's true power.
Neil! Neil can lift the sword. The one Neil loves is Jessica? Why did he lead me on? This new bikini should show him what he's missing. I don't get it. Just got out of the hotel pool. Why has Courtney been so cold to me lately? Ba-ba-boom! Ugh. That should have him drooling. That scar. That's from... Flashback to how she got that scar. That must be why she's mad. If she hadn't been with me, it never would have happened. And how could I blame her? Why are you here? Relaxing. Why not do it with Neil? Why would I be in here with him? He's your boyfriend? Is that what he told you? He's telling people we're dating when he really loves Jessica? I'm gonna kick his ass! Oh. What the hell is he? Oh, yes, yes, oh god, yes! They're having sex? Bam! A bikini? Happy birthday to me. Where's Neil? How should I know? Then what were those noises? Shampoo commercial. Ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding. Hello? Oh, hey, Major Berg. Mr. Hones, I have bad news. It appears the demon survived. Have you guys seen Neil? Zank! Dear Courtney, I finally realized why you've been so cold to me lately, and I can't blame you. So I decided to continue this journey on my own, so no one else gets hurt. Neil. This is all your fault, Courtney! I'm going to pause here. I probably should have added this at the beginning. There's a word in this comic that I would not use now. And I probably will not say it out loud because it makes me uncomfortable. So just be aware. If you hadn't been such a bitch to him lately... I've been a bitch because you and Neil are in love. I'm a lesbian! You expect me to believe that? You came in here with that bikini in your body? I am so close to jumping you. Score. Only the one Neil loves the most can bring out the Jaeger sword's true power. And it's your voice that makes the sword lighter. You're the one Neil loves. My voice did it? Jessica isn't the one Neil loves. Courtney is. Yes, Jessica made the sword lighter, but that's not the sword's true power. We need to find Neil. That giant demon survived. But how do we find him? Zank! Hippo says he can track Neil's scent. Meanwhile, Neil has found the giant demon. Just what I needed. My best bet is the God Slash. Powering up. Let's see how you like this, you oversized bastard! God Slash! Doesn't even break through the shoe. Damn it, he's too big! How the hell am I supposed to fight this thing without a giant robot? Neil goes into his third form. Yeah. Why can't I lift the sword? It got lighter the last 2 times. What is it that makes the sword get lighter? Bam! Barely jumps out of the way there. Looks like Courtney, Jessica, and all them have arrived. I thought Neil slayed that demon. I was afraid of this. When Neil stabbed the demon, he let go of the sword, meaning the Jaeger sword's energy was no longer flowing to the robot sword, making it an ordinary wound that any demon could heal from. Courtney, he needs you. You have to call out his name. What is wrong with her? Neil! Flames appear on the sword again. Jessica? They're all here. Why? Ooh, this time he can block it. He loves you. When you were in your coma, he would spend every night sleeping in a chair by your bedside. If you don't do something now, he's gonna die. Neil. 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 Neil! Ooh, flames are a different color now. He starts to spin the sword. Dragon Twister! Boom! And right through the demon. Hell yeah. Awesome! Neil! Courtney, I'm sorry. I thought you were in love with Jessica because it was her voice that made the sword lighter. Jessica's voice makes it lighter? I was a total bitch to you. I understand if you hate me. Hate you? Aww. Hippo? Zark. Let there be no doubt in your heart. The one I love is you. I love you too. The Dragon Twister! When Courtney calls out Neil's name, the flames of the Jaeger sword turn gold. By swinging the sword around and around, Neil can create a twister of holy energy. When striking the ground, the energy is released in the form of a dragon. However, this will take a lot of energy, and Neil will find himself back to his normal state after performing the attack, with very little energy to continue the fight. And then we got a Christmas drawing. And another drawing. And I'll get on. In the commentary, I'll explain to why those are all there. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 31, the First Slayer. See where it all began as Jaeger faces the Roman Empire and is chosen to become the first Demon Slayer. So, yeah, okay, commentary time. So, this cover, it's okay. It's supposed to be like Neil getting ready to use the Dragon Twister. I'm not, it's just kind of, you know, I could do it better now. It's not a very good composition. It's very Christmassy too, the reds and the greens. That was unnecessary. Flashbacks, these are usually just cut and paste from previous issues. I don't really redraw them. So yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is like these sexy views of Courtney. There is no way that these aren't literally not traced. It's not traced, but I was looking directly at like a drawing of someone in a like it's usually from my How to Draw manga books back then. But these are probably poses like ripped directly out of those pages. Again, not traced. I never traced, but I was copying poses here for sure. Because I was not that good at anatomy back then. I tell you right, I fucking know. Another issue of like Talking Head syndrome and me like he just got out of the hotel pool. It's like I should show him getting out of the pool. Also, the perspective here is so fucked. Like that pool, it just looks like it's on the wall. And yeah, she's trying to like show off, and he just sees the scar and just thinks so angsty. This feels like so much like a lot of anime I watched back then. All the misunderstandings that annoyed the crap out of me. So this, where she hears all these erotic noises and she thinks they're doing it. This kick is also definitely ripped right out of one of those How to Draw manga books. But it's just a shampoo commercial. So I guess these aren't on TV anymore. Who has TV anymore? But Herbal Essence. I never quite got this as a kid because they were around when I was a kid and they kept this ad campaign for a while. But basically, the ad campaign would be like some woman using Herbal Essence and like she would just be like essentially having a freaking orgasm. She loved using the shampoo so much. So that was the reference here. At the time this issue came out, people would have gotten that because those Herbal Essence commercials were very well known, but I guess they've moved on. I don't even know if Herbal Essence is a thing anymore. But yeah, so it was just like, oh yes, 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 where she washes her hair, and that's what this is a reference to. And then we see that the large demon survived, so there is the giant robot sword, and we can see that, you know, footprints leading away from that sword. Hippo looking very parrot-like still. I hadn't quite made him penguin up yet. And so yeah, this right here is the word I would not use anymore. It's just not. I also just don't like what I did with Jessica here in terms of like she's gay, and so like she's like happy birthday to me. I would totally jump you right now because you look so hot. That's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. For one to me imply that just because Jessica's a lesbian that she would like not have self-control over the situation. You could think of it as being in jest, but it's just not a stereotype I want to play towards anymore. So, but I'm not a big fan of how Jessica is portrayed in this issue as a result. Or Courtney. Like I kind of have issues with Courtney and Hellgate in general. She's kind of a bit too cryy and emotional. Because I just don't feel like the character is like that. It's kind of strange for me to say that because that's how I wrote her, but I don't think I meant to write her that way. I meant to give her more distinct personality. But I ended up kind of pretty generic anime girling most of my characters in Hellgate. I'm better in Heavengate, but in Hellgate, that was kind of the issue. And we see that there's been a miscommunication this whole time. Like as Themix said, the one who Neil loves the most will bring up the sword's true power. Making the sword lighter was not the sword's true power. The Dragon Twister is. So Jessica, who is a very close friend to Neil, her voice makes the sword lighter, but it's only Courtney's voice that can bring out the Dragon Twister. Also like the Hippocontrex sense, apparently. Another view of the God Slash. It does fuck all. And we see that Neil hasn't even realized that Jessica's voice has been making it lighter this time. They haven't really addressed it. Like no one, only Courtney really kind of caught on that what was happening. Which kind of makes sense, you know, like, I don't know that you necessarily put 2 and 2 together on that after only a couple issues. I believe this outfit of Courtney here is actually based off an outfit the real Courtney wear when we hung out one time. We hung out a couple times after high school. She had these like really cute outfits, and I remember taking note of them and then using them for the Courtney in the comic. Here we see the first instance of the Dragon Twister. A little bit too zoomed in. Like we see Neil swing and then we don't really see him like do the strike. I hate that. We won't get that till near the end of Hellgate, unfortunately. I'm not truly happy with the Dragon Twister until near the end of Hellgate. But I like how it looks here. I think that's cool. You kind of got this spiral of energy with this kind of dragon face on the front. That's great and all. But I just wish we had seen the action of it move. And kind of interesting here. So the way I would do these 2-page spreads is I would literally tape 2 pieces of paper together and draw it across it. And you can kind of see here, this line here in white. It's kind of intersecting the pencil. One, we can kind of see it's not really lining up right here. But this line of white, that is, that's probably just where the tape was underneath. And yeah, not the best written like makeup scene. But I like some of the visuals. It's cute. The kiss is cute. I like the Hippo feels like Jesse shouldn't be able to see this. And then the explanation that Diebnick usually gives, as he's done for the other moves. Okay, so these drawings here, you see they're like fully inked. These are just stuff I kind of did for fun in my notebook. Both of these here. But the reason why they're suddenly here is because I drew them in the part of the story where you know, we weren't sure what was going on between Neil and Courtney, and I didn't want to like put them in the issue. I didn't want there to be like this question about whether or not Neil and Courtney were going to be together while I'm also drawing like extra artwork of them totally being together. So I held back until this issue, and then I kind of put them both in. So kind of cute idea. Neil's in a sweater. I put Courtney in a Santa suit. And yeah, that is Hellgate. Battle 30! The one I love is you. Thank you for that redeem. Lord of Kirby 64. Now, okay. So yeah, we're doing it a little bit different this time. We are going, I'm basically capturing directly from my PC instead of through the art broadcast from my laptop. So hopefully there will be less of a lag in what the movements I make on the page, but I don't have as much control over the how much I can move on the page. So hopefully that will kind of balance out. So this is Hellgate Battle 31, The First Slayer, from, looks like 2008. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 30, The One I Love Is You. After leaving his friends, Neil found himself once again fighting the giant demon. His friends track him down, and Courtney finally calls out his name. Neil is then able to use the new attack, the Dragon Twister. Neil says it plain and simple. The one he loves is Courtney Rosebud. So yes, last time we had we finally ended our little mini arc of the misconception between Neil and Courtney, and the belief that he had a thing for Jessica, when in truth, he's always had feelings for Courtney. And with her voice now, his third form can perform the ultimate attack. And so we join Neil on a rooftop. Can I do this? I'm just a 20-year-old kid who hasn't finished high school. Am I just playing at being a hero? Demonic? Why was the first Slayer chosen?
Jaeger? Well, only God knows that, but I can tell you how it happened. Maybe that will shed some light.
2,000 years ago, North America.
Sealed.
We see a gate of some kind out in the open. That will keep the evil spirits sealed?
The recent earth shakings have been from the evil spirits trying to escape, but this sealing dent should hold them. Now come, we must prepare for your wedding.
The rumbling returns. I failed! And the gate opens. And out comes a pouring of demons! The gate closes once again.
The light doesn't burn! The demon boss's plan worked! Evil spirit! I'm a demon, but what are you?
Demon jumps in.
Boom. Oh. These things are fun to kill.
Ugh. Thump.
Ah, the perks of immortality.
He healed! And then, boom, there goes that guy. Rome. Got some people fighting, training. We are honored that you would come to choose next week's fighters personally.
Goldfish turd!
Who dares insult the senator?
That would be me.
What do we have here? My apologies, Senator. He is a new slave captured from the Anglo-Saxons in the north. Slave, we offer you a chance to train here, and you come... Sorry. Slave, we offer you a chance to train here and become a great warrior in the Colosseum.
I don't need your damn training.
Do you think you could win in the Colosseum as you are now?
Yeah.
So be it. This slave will fight in 1 week. Give him no training, and make sure he's in perfect health.
Heh.
Got some eating going on. Some nom-noms. Tomorrow we fight.
I know.
You think you can win?
I know I can.
I have trained here for 5 years while you have had no training, and you think you can win?
I've trained since I was 12.
There is no way your barbarian training can measure up to my Roman training.
Don't underestimate me.
The Colosseum. We'll address that later. This should teach that barbarian to respect Roman training. Fight, 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 kill, 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 kill. Oh, here we go. Throws the net. Slashes away the net. Goes in for a stab. Cut on the cheek. Confidence. Don't get cocky. I'm about to show you the Jaeger clan's fighting style. Boastful bastard. Blocks with the shield. And a quick spin. The Jaeger backspin style. Yeah! Woo! Gods, kill that barbarian! What? Die, barbarian? Huh? Where are the guards? Whoa, something took care of the guards already. Ugh. Who could have done that to trained Roman warriors? Ah! Demons! Then a beam of light from above. A sword! What the? Slash. But then it recombines. Now what the hell do I do? Use the holy sword. Drops his sword and shield, grabs a new sword, and cut. So who the hell are you? You might want to worry about them first. How did you kill that demon? He didn't. That sword is a sword made by God. When it fatally injures a demon, the demon is trapped in the sword and later placed back in the Hellgate. In that case, the demon boss will reward me if I kill you and break that sword. Invoke the sword's power. Invoke. Transformation! Boom. Sucked away. This power feels amazing, and it's yours to use should you accept the task of tracking down and slaying every demon. You have been chosen by God to become the Demon Slayer. I accept, but who are you? I am Demonic. I will serve as your informant from God. This is my punishment for an unspeakable crime. Right, well, there's still some demons here, so... Boom. A born warrior. But I wasn't chosen. I'm just a kid who found a sword. Well, the Christians say, God works in mysterious ways. Next time on Hellgate. Battle 32, Brother. The army steps in and wants to take over the demon slaying venture. And they want someone they can control to be the Demon Slayer. Sergeant First Class Brian Jaeger. So, commentary. Okay, so this cover, I like Jaeger here. I do. The background's boring. It's just plain orange. A little weird. Also, I didn't know how to do shiny metal yet, which really would have made that sword pop. But other than that, he looks pretty solid there. Beefy dude. We start out with just Neil and Demonic hanging on a rooftop. Probably at a hotel somewhere. Neil's wearing an EHS shirt. That stands for Eureka High School, where I went to school. Although at this point, when this issue came out, I believe I was already in college. Yeah, oh wait, yeah, I was in college already. So we go to a flashback, and the first place we see is North America. So this would be what would later become Eureka, this area here where the Hellgate is. And as we see, the Hellgate used to be above ground and had no markings on it. It was just this stone door slab in the middle of a field. We have these two Native Americans. I tried not to go stereotypical with them. Like I didn't do like I didn't. I tried, I try not to go stereotypical. On the other hand, I also didn't do any research, so they are kind of just a vague concept of Native Americans. So that's probably a knock on me on that one. But I definitely, I made an effort, but I could have made more of an effort. And so I could have looked into the peoples that were going to be, peoples that were going to be in that area at around that time. But I didn't do that much research back then. So we have a chief, and then this character's name is actually Alo. I don't know if I ever state that in the comic anywhere, but that is the name I gave him, is Alo. And that's completely pulled out of my butt too. And we see the gate opening. Basically, these Native American tribes have noticed like a lot of earthquakes in the area, this being the epicenter. They have a sense there's evil behind the door. They think that their magics or their religious beliefs conceal it, but it's not enough. And the first thing we see here is a demon we've seen before in issue 9 and 10 of Hellgate. This long-clawed, super fast demon with the heartogram symbol on his chest. This is a demon Neil fought while he was with Kelly right before she betrayed him in the experimental robotics compound. And he quickly makes quick work of these two. This is the first time a demon has encountered anything that's not a demon. And also the first time the demons have encountered anything since they've gained immortality. So he's kind of relishing in both like, what is this thing? And, ooh, cool, it can die. That's fun. His hair is actually wrong here on the bottom left. His hair is supposed to lay the other way. And that is because I had to mirror this last frame because I accidentally drew it the other way, but that's the wrong arm. Like that's not the right hand to have the big claws on. So I had to mirror the page, mirror the frame so that his arm was correct. But that messed up his hair. Then we shoot to Rome. So this whole Roman section is vaguely based off the movie Gladiator, which I have not even really fully seen. I just have a vague concept of what it is. And so there are some similarities there. And then we get our insult here, goldfish turd. So that is, I first heard that insult in a chapter of Rurouni Kenshin. And I believe there is some historical context for that being a common insult in the 1800s in Japan. That's a far cry from the 1st century Rome, but I went with it. And we see that Bannon has already been captured. Spoilers, name's Bannon. I keep forgetting that that's not revealed until way later. I just hadn't come up with a first name for him yet. I just called him Jaeger, but later I will call him Bannon. So this is Bannon Jaeger. So Bannon's already been captured. He's from the Anglo-Saxon tribe. We've learned that. And that apparently he's being kept as a slave and he's going to fight in the Colosseum. But because of his disrespect, he now is going to be forced to fight in the Colosseum without any training. And then we see another slave who's obviously from Africa. So it's not uncommon now for me to use images and photographs in my comic. And I'm very good at making them blend in seamlessly. This is one of the first times I ever did that for a comic, and I was not good at making it blend seamlessly. I just put in a photo of the Colosseum, and it is blatantly obvious. A lot of talking head syndrome going on in this issue. That shield is like that his fist would be like right there. Like that arm's not right. That's not how you hold that. Did not do as well as I did on the cover on this one. The fight, and I believe there's like roughly a fight like this in the movie Gladiator where he fights a guy who uses a net and stuff like that. And then we see how Bannon gets his scar on his cheek. He will always have that going forward. This is a younger Bannon that we saw in previous flashback issue, obviously, because this is how he became the Demon Slayer, while in the last flashback issue, he was already the Demon Slayer. And this is the first time we see the Jaeger backspin style, which involves a block and an immediate 360 turn, kind of using the momentum of the turn to kind of parry and put the enemy off their balance while you quickly come in for a low slash. We will see more of this, and we'll also see it better explained and better like visualized. And the way I came up with the Jaeger backspin style is because I often drew Neil with a sword stance like this, like his sword, well, be like he's left-handed. His sword would be up here. Like he'd always come at it like this. Or down here, actually. Down here. Down low. That's always had him like coming at. And I was like, that's a weird way to come at someone unless you're just going in for a stab. It's weird to come in for a stab with that. A stab is the only thing you can come at with that. It's weird to go in for a slash from this. And so I had this idea in my head that Neil would like do a quick like 360 turn to do a slash. That was the basis for the idea of the Jaeger backspin style, although Neil has not done that yet. And it's not quite how it works. And then the senator's mad that senator's got some poof on him. Senator's got a big old poof on his head. Senator's mad, and the senator gets taken out by a demon. And then we see a whole bunch of demons. We got a worm demon who we've seen before. The eyeball demon shown up in the background before. A lot of these demons have shown up in the background before. And then this is essentially a Greymon ripoff here. That's fun. And then our flappy cow. More JPEG. The sword appears. We'll learn more about that later. Like where the sword came from before this point. Demon X Pass. That's kind of Heaven Gate stuff. And then we see that in the first slaying, the flappy cow went away immediately. So this guy's important here. This top knot guy here. This is our first time seeing him. It will not be the last. Keep him in your memory because his issues with each time the demons have gotten out is going to be a running theme for this poor bastard. That's all I'll say about that for now, but just keep in mind that the poor guy gets out of hell and almost immediately gets slain. Immediately. And yeah, and the flashback ends, and so we're kind of starting this mini arc where Neil is starting to kind of doubt himself. And so that will definitely play into the next issue for sure. And that was Hellgate Battle 31, the first Slayer. Thank you for that redeem, Lord of Kirby 64. This is Hellgate Battle 32, Brother. Now, I know just last reading, I said we're doing things a bit differently. We're doing things a bit differently again. Since I decided to start pulling these up on my PC and not through the video capture from my laptop, zooming in and out has been harder. And this time I've decided to stop zooming in on frames. Instead, you can see my cursor here. The plan is I'm just going to use the cursor to point to which frame I am narrating as we go along. So hopefully that's not, hopefully it's not too small on the page. So yes, Battle 32, Brother. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 31, the first Slayer. 2,000 years ago, the demons first broke out of the Hellgate. Jaeger was an Anglo-Saxon who was captured by the Roman Empire. He was forced to fight in the Colosseum. He won his match, but then the demons showed up. The Jaeger sword appeared from above along with Demonic. Jaeger used the sword to slay the demons, but after hearing this story, Neil is starting to doubt himself. We bring ourselves to some sort of restaurant called We Got Food. A little note from me, I'm drawing on Christmas. So, fun fact, I drew this on Christmas. Probably in 2007. Talk about that in commentary. Pizza. That was good. Hippo's on his third steak. Are penguins supposed to eat meat? He hates fish. Check, please.
For the Dragon Slayer, there's no charge.
Don't worry about it. The government covers our expenses. Dragon Slayer? Boop.
The card was rejected.
Rejected? Bling. Bluetooth headset. Hello? Oh. That was General Stahl. He wants to meet with us.
Zark.
Meanwhile, wherever the hell this is, Miss Evans, Mr. Jaeger, Miss Rosebud, Mr. Demonic. Where is Mr. Hones? Meanwhile, back at the restaurant.
I thought you said we didn't have to pay.
Well, your Dragon Slayer friend felt guilty about not paying.
So why didn't he stay?
Meanwhile, Hippo's jumping rope to work off the weight.
Zark.
Back over here. So why did you want to see me? And why has our debit card been deactivated? To put it simply, I am hereby relieving you of all your demon-slaying duties. Please hand over your sword. Only Neil can use the Jaeger sword. Correction. Only a Jaeger can use the Jaeger sword. Brother! The late President Bush had no problem with letting you do as you please. However, President Cheney would like someone we can better control. A soldier. Neil, don't hand over your sword. General Stahl, sir, we had an agreement. Sergeant, your brother is handing over the sword. The agreement is not needed. A one-on-one fight is the best way to see who is stronger. Who the stronger demon slayer is. Brian, you want me to fight you? So be it. But Sergeant Jaeger, if I suspect you're holding back to protect your little brother's feelings, you will be severely punished. A new sword?
That looks like the Jaeger sword.
That's the Jaeger sword, Mark I. Boom. A transformation. He transformed! How? The sword is named after the first man to break the sound barrier, Chuck Yeager. We gathered data on the Jaeger sword while working on Big Neil. It cannot slay demons or generate holy energy, but it uses electrical energy to give the wielder the same abilities that the Demon Slayer has. Bro, I suggest you transform. Here I come. So yes, Brian goes in for a slash. And then Brian goes in for a stab and Neil dodges. Another swing and Neil dodges. I first met my older brother when I was 3. Here we see Brian and a very young Neil. We were only half brothers and he lived with his mom. He was already 18 and getting ready to be a father. He was so tall. I hid under the table. Even though I'm 20 now and the same height as him, I still feel under the table. Slash! Darn! Why is he holding back? This can't be his best. Energy Dragon. Energy! Neil! Counter! Energy! Dragon! Dragon! See the 2 dragons go out and they be in the middle. It's too bright. I can't see anything. Get! And a kick in the face. Sends Neil flying into a cave. Neil! Sergeant, going after him. Yes, sir. Planned on it. Demonic, what are you going to do if Brian gets the sword? What choice do I have? I have to aid the Demon Slayer, whoever he is. Neil. Let me see. Neil's a little bit banged up. But, Brian! What the heck were you doing out there, bro? Holding back like that? I don't know what you're talking about. You're the stronger one. And what makes you say that? I'm just a kid who found a sword. You're a trained soldier. I'm not trained to slay demons. Neither am I. Aren't you? Because it looks to me like you've had 4.5 years of practical training.
The world needs a demon slayer now. It can't wait another 4.5 years for someone new to learn the powers you got. Ugh. Look, if I had known I could have done this instead of you back when you were 15, I would have done it in a heartbeat. But you're an adult now. If this demon slaying really is so hard on you, I'll take over for you, bro. But it's not that hard on me. In fact, I've been having fun. There's a little ring. And Brian's got a wife and 3 kids. It's my job to finish this, not his. Sergeant, get back here where we can see you. Yes, sir. Brian, let's get back there and finish this. Whoa. Neil took on his 3rd form. Has Dad seen you like this? He'd kill if he saw you with all that hair on you. They've been in there a while. Brian comes out, and Neil comes out. The stare down. You sure took your sweet time in there, Sergeant. Neil gives the girls the wink. Jessica. Courtney. Neil! The flames turn red. The flames turn gold. Neil begins to spin the sword. What the hell? Holy bean jam! Dragon Twister! Boom! There's Brian. There's not Brian. Overkill! But, as we can see, Brian's fine. Great dodge there, Sergeant Jaeger. No, sir, I didn't dodge. He missed on purpose. He won. I'm the idiot who opened the Hellgate. This is my responsibility, and this is my sword. I've been doing this for 4.5 years, and I'm going to see it through to the end. I am the Demon Slayer. Well said. Need a little time cut. We'd better get going. This guy can't find his hat. Good job, bro. The job was yours. He can at least get a haircut. Nah. And we're back at Brian's place in Fort Irwin. Hello? Hey, son. Oh, hey, Dad. I talked to your brother. Oh, really? He said something about a gash on his chest you caused? He told on me? You mind explaining that? Next time on Hellgate, Battle 33, Hotel California. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distant, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy, and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. So we got 2008 issue, Battle 32 Brother. I like this cover. There is a retcon I would do now. So as you can see, Neil's covered in white energy. That is holy energy. Brian is also covered in white energy. The only difference is that there's a little bit of blue outline in some spots. I don't do that the same. So later when I would portray this replica of the Jaeger sword, the Jaeger sword. Anyone catch that? Fun name. I would portray the energy of a person using it as yellow, as electrical energy. So, but I was still kind of, it was his first appearance. I hadn't quite figured that part out yet. Although this is also the only time I did like the yellow outline. I kind of completely abandoned that for future instances of this sword. Yeah, not a bad, I mean, it's got a background and everything. Not bad for a Microsoft Paint cover, honestly. Not bad. Neil's in his typical sword pose that makes little sense, and they fill the screen. They're making eye contact. Yeah, no, it's not a bad cover for the time. So yeah, we got this restaurant. So yeah, apparently I'm drawing this on Christmas. So if this came out in 2008 and the last issue came out in 2008, this must be Christmas of 2007. I was working on this. This was at the point where I was so good at making Hellgate. I was making it like 2 months ahead of time. Like a new issue was coming out every single month. And so this issue was made in December and then released probably in February of 08. Yeah, so I was definitely in college at this point. Here we established that Hippo likes steaks. He doesn't like fish. We'll learn more about Hippo in a few issues, but yes, Hippo doesn't like fish, but he loves steak. And then this is the first time I gave them unlimited money, basically. I said, oh yeah, the government's just paying for everything that they do. And I talked about how, on one hand, I don't really like stories where the characters are always like in money trouble, because I'm not saying it's bad. It gives me anxiety. Like, I'm like, I have money troubles. I don't need to see a story about that. I don't relate to it. I relate to it too much. It's not escapist enough, I guess I should say. But on the other hand, it is kind of a cop out. Just be like, yeah, they got unlimited money. Like there's room for story there if you give them money issues. So I'm of two minds on it. But this is the idea where like, oh, the card got declined. And I didn't really conclude this at the end where like, obviously their money's probably turned back on now. But right here it was just kind of used as like a foreshadowing that there's the agreement they have with the government might not be going. This is probably around the time I got my Bluetooth headsets. Are Bluetooth headsets even still a thing anymore? Everyone just uses their headphones or AirPods now. Just like a small one that's just dedicated to phone calls kind of feels outdated. This area here is actually... It's hard to say because it doesn't look like it at all, but that's more on me. But in my head, this area where they were fighting, this enclosed area covered by rock and a cave, which just doesn't look natural at all. But in my head, I was thinking of one of the multiplayer arenas from the first Halo. Blood Gulch, that's what it's called. I was going to say Warhog, but that's the car. Blood Gulch. So if you've played the first Halo, or who knows, maybe they've carried it over to future Halos, but there was a map called Blood Gulch, and that's what I had in mind as where this fight would happen. We have the return of General Stahl. We saw him in the Big Neil issue. And the return of Brian, who was in a previous issue called A New Team, where we learned that not only Neil can wield the Jaeger sword, but his brother can too. Is a much more solid design for Brian than he had in his previous issue. And we see Neil was kind of ready to give this up almost immediately, this sword. Because we kind of set it up in the previous issue that Neil's starting to kind of doubt himself and his capabilities as a demon slayer. And here we see the Jaeger sword Mark 1. So yeah, of course, Jaeger is from, that's my last name. Of course, Jaeger, Jager, is based off my last name too. But I call this the Jaeger sword. Now, the in-universe excuse is that it's named after Chuck Yeager, who is real if you've not heard of him. I think I'm vaguely related to him. I don't know. My family tree is hard to track because of missing fathers. But Chuck Yeager was the man who first broke the sound barrier. So yeah, this is the design for the Jaeger sword. It looks similar, but it's got kind of a screen here in the middle that tells you when it's on or when it's about to use the energy dragon. And keep an eye out for it because this will play a bigger role in future stories. Brian's transformed hair has not changed much, even in later appearances. So I'm glad I kind of got that down pretty early. Let's see. On the first day, will Hippo leave me alone at an ice cream shop? Absolutely not. If anything, you'll have to leave him alone because he will not want to leave the ice cream shop. He's a glutton. Missing fathers? Yes. I mean, my dad's always been in my life, but his dad was kind of missing for 50 years, and you know, it kind of made it kind of hard to learn about the family history when your dad's dad was never around. Related to the dude who is the besties with Billy the Kid. Oh, track the milk purchases. He went out for smokes and never came back. But yeah, not a bad sword fight for the time, you know, but man, I can do so much better with action now. So this is interesting. This story here about Neil meeting his brother, the age differences, hiding under the table, that's all actually taken from real life. Yeah, I remember the first time I met my brother, I was 3. And yeah, he was very tall, and I remember hiding under the table. That's my memory of it. This drawing of a young Neil is not great. The proportions are not of a child. They are of a problem. I don't know. The face is adult. I don't know. I did not know how to draw children then. I just drew a very weirdly proportioned adult. This is actually based off a teddy bear I still have that I've had since, like, I don't know when I got it. There's a photo of me when I'm like 2. And I remember I took this issue with me when I visited my brother, and like him and his wife looked it over, and they kind of read too much into this particular page. Like, Nathan, you shouldn't feel like you're still under the table. I'm like, I don't. It's just writing for the character. I don't feel that way. And yes, then they both use the energy dragon. Not a terrible energy dragon portrayal. Still, we won't reach peak energy dragon until Heavengate, honestly. But still, not bad. Not bad. You just look at the idea that they charge it up and then they strike the ground and it goes through the ground. And they kick in the face, and basically I needed to get them away so they could have this conversation. A lot about Brian's based off my actual brother in terms of like wife, 3 kids, although now my brother has 4 kids. So many grandkids. And yeah, like I could write better now, but I kind of like this whole like Neil doubting himself. His brother's this trained military man. He could probably do better, but Brian's like, no, you know what you're doing though. And I don't. I don't know how to slay demons, and you've been on this for 4.5 years now. And it kind of gives Neil the confidence he needs to continue with the series. I also like that, like, Jessica and Courtney are like, hold on, I realized. Okay, Jessica and Courtney are like, it's overkill. I can't believe you used the energy dragon on him. But Neil couldn't use the energy dragon without their voices, so I don't know what they were expecting. Not a better portrayal of the energy dragon. I think it's only our second time seeing the energy dragon. It's better than the first time, but still doesn't quite portray the full thing. And we won't get a good look at that until near the end of Hellgate. Yeah, and then Neil's got this nice declaration that he is the Demon Slayer. And this little joke at the end where apparently Neil told his dad, and his dad called Brian. And so yeah, that was Battle 32. Brother, thank you for that redeem, Alyssa Charlie 7. This is Hellgate Battle 33 Hotel California from 2008. Last time on Hellgate Battle 32, Brother. The US Army tries to replace Neil with his older brother, Brian. Brian decided that the best way to find out which Demon Slayer was better was for them to have a match. At first, Neil was sure he was the weaker of the two, but Brian gave him a pep talk and Neil was able to completely defeat his brother, claiming his right to be the Demon Slayer. Hi, real quick. Might look a smidge different with the lighting and whatnot. It's because Twitch didn't see this part, because on Twitch, I played the actual song from the Eagles. And I can't do that here for YouTube, so you're getting a special, fresh recording of me reading through this issue and singing this issue. It's kind of my best option. I hope you enjoy.
On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of eucalyptus rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. Had to stop for the night.
I think that's a hotel up ahead. Let's stop for the night. Sounds good. Let me see. Hotel California.
There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell. And I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up the candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Let me see. Some sort of outdoor party. Ta-da! Not bad for short notice. Nice! Where's Courtney? She's still getting ready. Her mind is Tiffany twisted. She's got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys she calls friends. How they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I called up the captain, please bring me my wine. Bam! You're only 18, he said. We haven't had that spirit here since 1969. There sure are a lot of people here, but I didn't see any cars. Neil? Va-va-voom. Courtney, let's dance. Dancing. Them being all lovey is starting to make me sick. And Neil hit him pretty hard. Seeing them is just reminding me of how lonely I am. Excuse me, miss. Would you like to dance? I don't swing that way. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. They living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Excuse me, miss? Not again. Is it true what you said? That you're interested in women? Yeah. Why do you ask? She's cute. I too am attracted to women. We'll get into that in commentary. Come on, I wish to show you something. Then we cut to a hotel room. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. They do know we're underage, right? I'm 22. But I know how you feel about alcohol, so I'd never touch the stuff. And she said, we are all just prisoners here of our own device. Food shall be served in the master's chambers. This place is weird. In the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. They stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. And we cut to outside. Oh. You look a lot cuter with your hair down. Thanks. Now come on, it's just over here. At night, these lights dance across the pond. It's beautiful. Not as beautiful as you. She's so forward. Ghost! Zark! It's true, we are ghosts. In 1969, an earthquake killed everyone in this hotel. 4 years ago, a demon showed up and enslaved our souls. Since then, he seduced newcomers and turned them into ghosts as well. We are fading because the demon loses concentration while making love with the victim. Jessica! Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Relax, said the Nightman, we are programmed to receive. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave.
Neil runs right through him and stumbles across this scene. Oh, this is what Jesse sees.
She's the demon!
And
It was all a lie.
you gave in to my advances so easily. You must have been very lonely.
Neil. Neil. Neil.
What gives you the right to toy with people's feelings? Neil swings, but immediate stab.
He's nimble.
Courtney, I need your voice to use the Dragon Twister.
Courtney's still knocked out. Crap.
Hippo carried her outside.
Zark.
So long as I can see your movements, you don't stand a chance.
So be it.
Bam! Fool! They will only grow back! Slash. Not anymore. And absorbed. Mind if I sit with you? No. Want to talk? No. You gonna be okay? Eventually. We see the graves and the ruins of Hotel California. Okay, so I'll just toss you back over to the Twitch footage now. And here's an extra drawing. Courtney Smooch and Neil. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 34, To Hell and Back. Neil visits Roanoke to see Mike Olive's mother, only to find that Mike has returned home and is back to normal. Now, Neil and Mike are entering the Hellgate to find a way to keep Mike from changing back into the Demon Prince. So, yes, this entire issue is based off Hotel California by the Eagles. The Eagles was my mom's favorite band. So I grew up hearing like the Eagles cassette tapes in the car. And one of my favorites was Hotel California. And I think I'd heard maybe a Family Guy joke or just people like trying to figure out what the story of Hotel California is and stuff like that. And I thought, wouldn't it be fun if I base an entire issue off of Hotel California? Right off the bat, I tried to do something different with this cover. Again, we're still working with Microsoft Paint, so I'm of two minds. On one hand, I'm very proud of how this came out. You get this dark mood. You can tell that she's lit by the lantern she's holding, and there's some light caused by these fireflies. For Microsoft Paint, this is like some pretty amazing lighting. This is some really amazing lighting I'm pulling off here. On the other hand, Hotel California, the very first fucking line in the song is on a dark desert highway, and I put a fucking forest on the cover. Because fuck it. I didn't realize that until like late, because I wanted my mom to read this issue. I don't think she ever got around to doing it. I don't recall ever being able to show her this issue. But I remember bringing up that I wanted to read it, and she saw the cover and she goes, "Why isn't it a desert?" I was like, oh, fuck, you're right. So that's fun. That's a thing that happened. But yeah, cover, great look, really fucked up with the concept. And yes, so there's also, I think, besides these inserts, well, no, we've seen typed text before with issue 17 when they were in a digital world, when they went into the internet. But yeah, so the song lyrics are typed, and handwritten is everything else that isn't song lyrics. Warm smell of colitis. So his face here is because I don't know what colitis is. I looked it up, and I believe it's supposed to be pot. That's my understanding. And so Neil's having a negative reaction to that smell. It's not as warm and inviting to him as the people who wrote the song. Here we see the Hotel California. I guess it gets the job done. Perspective is fucked, but what are you going to do? There she stood in the doorway. So, yeah. I I feel like this hairstyle is vaguely based off of Rain Mikamura from G Gundam. Not without looking at it, but probably just in my mind. So I don't know how close it actually is, but I just remember that was the thought process. I really like this here. It's simple, but for the time, like, that's a really good shot of a hallway for like 2008 Hellgate. It really is. Especially with the shading. I do like what I did here where like during the choruses, I would change the font up. And then we have them out at the party. This girl here is vaguely based off of, we'll get to it in a second, vaguely based off a fan of Hellgate from back then. She was like Hellgate's biggest fan. She loved like every issue. She would read it on Gaia Online. I would send it to her inbox on Gaia Online. Just vaguely, like I didn't really reference her, but the reason why is because her mind is Tiffany Twisted. The girl's name was Tiffany, so that was she was the vague inspiration. As it turns out, as it would turn out, years later, I actually would more directly base a character off of her in Heaven Gate, and we'll see that eventually. But for a kind of non-important character who just kind of dances for 3 frames, not a bad design, not a bad design at all. She almost looks like a proto version of the Demon Princess, to be honest, with the coils and the dress and stuff like that. Just a blonde one. Of course, alcohol comes up in this issue twice in terms of like Jesse asking for wine and then the pink champagne on ice. I'm a teetotaler. I don't drink alcohol. I'm not a fan of alcohol as a concept. So I had to kind of work around that. This interaction here, I'll talk about the other one later. This action here, I don't mind. Like, yeah, like Jesse's only 18. So Neil's like, you fucking shut the hell up. Courtney here, very pretty in theory. The execution leaves something to be desired. Like, my God, that neck. But it's the first time we kind of see her with like her hair up and dolled up, but almost would like to take another crack at this because, whoo boy. But this is like the first issue where we actually get to see them like as a couple. You know, it's like, it was like half the series ago that they both kind of admitted their feelings to one another. And then there's the whole coma thing. There's the whole misunderstanding thing. And that was finally that was finally cleared up about 2 issues ago, 2 or 3 issues ago. But this is the first time where it's like, no more drama, no more misconceptions. Like, we just have 2 characters in a relationship. And I'm glad I could finally show that. Then we have this guy here. A very suave looking human. Of course, later we'll see that this is a demon. In fact, that earring he has is actually the letter D in the demon language, which is kind of funny because that's another thing that would carry over to the Demon Princess, oddly enough. A return of Tiffany Twisted for the chorus. Look at this girl. Her hair kind of reminds me of a girl from Escryed or Escrydo. I don't know. It's never pronounced. But the tell here is that she has the same earring. This fucking, this is the first of 2 times I will very awkwardly have Jessica talk about her sexuality and someone like respond like, excuse me, is it true that you are interested in women? I too am attracted to women. Like, are these lesbots? Like, what the fuck? God, I didn't know how to write lesbians back then. Here's a second instance. Pink champagne on ice. And he was like, you know, we're underage, right? And she's like, I'm 22. And she was at this point. And then this line here, but I know how you feel about alcohol, so I never touch stuff. This feels a little forced. This feels less like I'm writing the characters and more like I'm writing like my life. Cause like Neil's, like my issue with alcohol is like pretty well known for people who know me. I've never addressed it in Hellgate besides this one issue. And I probably wouldn't have if this issue didn't really kind of call for it, but maybe it's a little bit too on the nose to have Neil have the exact same feelings as I do. But Neil is basically a shadow of myself in a different life. So I guess it makes sense. And then we got the gathering in the Master's Chambers. This is interesting here. This doesn't look great. What I was going for was like the Fireflies, the scene from Final Fantasy X where Yuna and Tidus are like making out in that lake covered by crystal trees and glowing lights. I was trying to give that kind of vibe, but it's not easy to do in complete grayscale with pencil. At least not for me anyway. I'm sure other artists could pull it off. Not a bad kiss. Not a bad kiss. Their faces aren't overlapping too much. We got this. Jesse freaks out and accidentally like shoots Hippo into Courtney's head and knocks her out for the rest of the issue. Another one of the rare instances we get to see Jesse's ability to see demons when they hide in human form. And there it is, the demon. Looks just like he was human a second ago. I like the touch that I actually haven't put his glasses on. Except now he's got pointed ears and fangs. And Jessica takes this really hard. Maybe a little bit too hard, but what are you going to do? And then we have the fire where basically this demon can react to any move used against him because he's got very keen eyes. I love this frame. I love this frame. When Neil's like, Courtney, use your voice so I can use the Dragon Twister. Also, I think that is added, that little dot right there on his shoulder. I think that's added after the fact digitally in like Microsoft Paint. I think I forgot it when I drew it and I just threw it in digitally because that's like way too dark for it to be pencil and scanned. Like compare it to the blood there. It doesn't work. But yeah, so I love this frame. It's like Courtney's still knocked out. Crap. And we see like she's still like one, that's a hilarious pose she's knocked out in. And then we point out Hippo, of all people, Hippo the penguin carried her outside. Why? Who fucking knows? Maybe he just didn't want to leave her alone. I guess that's valid. Look how goddamn pleased with himself he is. Hippo is so pleased with himself that he does. I love this frame to this day. So this demon uses a fencing foil, and putting your hand up like this is not, I wouldn't say it's bad fencing form. It's a necessary fencing form, and it's the form I take when I used to fence. Don't get too excited. I took one class in college. And I just remember my teacher kind of pointing out my weird hand, and I'm like, well, it's whatever. It's out of the way. Who gives a shit? So that's my fencing pose. Also, a rare instance in which the demon's also a lefty, just like Neil. And so Neil's reaction is just to poke out his eyes. I will put a little bit of a plot hole here. If this demon can see and react to every move, why couldn't he react to these eyes about to get poked out? What are you going to do? And yeah. And then we just got this short scene where Jessica's a little hurt, but she'll be okay. And she has her hair up for the first time. Or not the first time, but like she actually is going to have her hair up. This is a new style for her. We won't see her hair down again for a long time. So for now, her hair is up. I'll talk more about that as we see her hair change over time. And then we have the gravestone. So this is implied that basically this is what the Hotel California always looked like, but it was all an illusion that it made it look like it was fine, that there was nothing wrong with it, that there were peeps in it. So this is the destruction. Then here's the graves of the people who died in the earthquake. Because if you remember from a second ago when we read the issues, basically there was a earthquake in 1969. Everyone in this hotel died, and the demon brought the ghosts and gave them like form, and was basically just using this as like a trap to lure in more victims. So 1969, where did I get that year from? That's from a line in the song. We haven't had that spirit here since 1969. So it's kind of implying that, like, yeah, we haven't really had a good time since we all fucking died. And so Tiffany Hack, that's Tiffany Twisted. That is the name of the fan who loved Hellgate at the time. So I put her in there to imply that character was her. And then these other names, Randy Meisner, John Felder, Joe Walsh, Glenn Frey, those are actually the members of the Eagles. So I think I got their birth year correct. I think I made sure to do that, though hers is not correct. She was not born in 48, the real Tiffany Hack. She was younger than me. But these, I believe the years are correct for the birthday, then obviously not the death year, I hope. I don't think they all died in 1969. I'm almost positive there's at least some Eagles still alive. And then this, I think I just drew, this is like something I probably drew in between classes in college and just decided to put in the back of the issue. And the next time is issue 34, and we are very quickly making our way towards I would say issue 34 is the first step on the escalator that's heading straight towards the ending of Hellgate. There's 42 issues. Issue 34, I think, is like the first step on the escalator. It's like there's no turning back. We're going straight towards the ending. So yeah, that was Hellgate Battle 33, Hotel California. Thank you for that, Redeem the Gamer Boy. Okay, this is Hellgate Battle 34 to Hell and Back from 2008. Last time on Hellgate Battle 33, Hotel California. Neil and his friends come across a haunted hotel. Jessica is seduced by a demon, but Neil shows up and is able to save her, but not before the demon breaks her heart. We find ourselves in Roanoke, Illinois. I'll be back around 8 to pick you up. Have fun with your family. Yeah, sure. Sis? We decided to head back to Eureka for a little rest. However, Jessica lives in the nearby town of Roanoke. While in Roanoke, I've decided to pay a visit to Mike Olive's mom. You want me to go in with you? No, I'll be okay. Walks up to the door. Oh, Neil! Hello, Kathleen. I came to see how you were holding up. Mike... Yeah, I still haven't... Mike has come back to me. He came back 3 days ago. The Demon Prince is here. Neil transforms. Neil, stop! Neil, it's me. He's back to normal. How? I woke up in a dungeon. Flashback, a little horn pop off. I guess my wrists are a bit bigger as a Demon Prince because my hand slipped right out. The room was empty except a sword. I found a window and realized I was in some sort of flying castle. I was able to find and use the transporter. Luckily, I was close to home. What was the demon castle doing in this area? That mark. Neil, can I talk to you outside? Yeah. Cut to outside. I didn't want my mom to hear, but you know as well as I do that I'll change back into the Demon Prince. That's why this mark is still on my neck. Yeah. But I know how to keep from changing back. How? The Demon King once told the Demon Prince of a demon that stayed in hell. A demon that never left hell? He has the power to suppress the powers of other demons. When the demons are in hell, he pretty much rules them, so he doesn't have a reason to leave. So we have to go to hell. Pretty much. I'll call up my girlfriend for a ride. You have a girlfriend? Photo. She's a total babe! But the question is, why don't you know how to drive? I've been busy. We cut to the Eureka Woods. Of course, the cavern that leads to the Hellgate. How nice they put up a sign. And there's the Hellgate, which we have not seen for quite some time. Mike drove them. Neil's already transformed. How do we get in? No idea, but last time it opened on its own when I pulled out the sword. The gate opens. What did you do? Nothing. I've been so bored since the others left. Chains come flying out, wrap around our heroes. Pull them. The door closes. Welcome to hell. The Hellgate closed. We're trapped. So why don't you leave hell if you could suppress and rule the demons? 2,000 years ago, I had no reason to leave hell, so I never took the time to become immune to sunlight. Now there is no light in hell, so I cannot become immune now. Can you use your suppressing powers to keep my friend from changing into a demon? He would have to stay here, wrapped in my chains forever. Then we should just leave.
It was dangerous for the Demon Slayer to come here. What would happen if you died here?
I better bluff. Then my brother would take over, and he is a much better Demon Slayer than I am.
Idiot, don't say that.
Why not?
So you're expendable. That's why. I will be bored down here until the other demons are brought back here. So if your brother could do that faster, I should kill you so he can take over.
Mike, give me your sword.
No, go to hell. More.
I need a weapon.
Hold on.
A pocket knife? Chains fly out and they dodge. Mike, Neil. Neil goes in for a slash, but there's a dodge. Mike cuts right through the demon's shoulder. But it heals. I need my sword.
It would not matter. I'm already in hell. In other words, I'm already slain. I would still heal.
Neil, I'll hold him off. You work on getting the Hellgate open. Easier said than done.
This is hell. This is my domain. No mortal may leave alive.
Dude's got a lot of chains coming out. Sends them all to wrap around Mike. Back in the cavern. We can see the gate. We can see the sword. I have to force the gate open, but I can't transform without my sword. I have to connect with my sword. I have to reach. Energy reaching out. Almost. Got it! Gate flies open.
Burn!
Black flames flow down the chains and... Oh my god. Mike!
It's been billions of years since I've been able to kill anything.
Ooh, there's not much left on Mike. But he slowly regenerates.
Guess I'm still immortal.
Grah! Slices the demon all up, but of course heals. Let's go before he fully heals. Hurry!
No!
Oh, Neil grabs the chain, pulls on the chain, and cuts the demon in half. And absorbed. And I slay another demon. Well, since you're slaying the demons so you can put them back in hell, and he was already in hell, that was pointless. And now Neil's depressed. Let's get out of here. What's going on?
My eye burns!
Mark glows. Horn returns. Mike!
How many times must I tell you? I am the Demon Prince!
Takes a slash at Neil. Neil dodges. But then a beam of light. Teleported away. Don't go! The demon castle speeds off. He's gone. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 35, Demonic Explosion. Neil is sent to Antarctica, where demons are overrunning the entire continent. And the only way for Neil to get rid of them is to play right into the Demon King's hands. Okay, cutting back in with some commentary. I still really like this cover. I remember the friend who is the bassist for Mike. I think I asked him at the grocery store because he was like the manager there. I was like, what shirt should I draw you on for the next issue? And he described like a peach-covered skull with wings. And so that's what I went with no reference, just off that description. So that explains the shirt he's wearing. I like this. I just like this. Like they're back to back. They're in a fighting stance. Get the black flames wrapping around. Like this is a solid cover right here. I'd love to take another crack at it to make it look better. It's not Microsoft Paint, but considering Microsoft Paint, not bad. The chain, I don't really like how the chain looks, but as we'll see in a bit, I learned how to draw chains better between when I made this cover and when I made the issue, because remember, I make the covers like one issue early so they can appear in the back of the issue. Roanoke is a real town. It is south of Eureka. It's where I got my driver's license. That's the closest DMV to Eureka. Yeah, it's not a big town, but I had some friends there, and so I made that the location. We see Jessica still wearing her hair up. I mentioned that at the end of the last issue that's going to be kind of her look for a bit. And also she has a bandage on her neck that is covering up the hickey she got last issue. And we can actually see DJ. If you remember DJ from issues ago when we saw everyone's siblings, that's supposed to be DJ in the window there. You can barely make it out, especially on the screen, but that's him. He's saying sis, very small window. A little awkward. I think this is awkward that he calls Mike's mom Kathleen, but that was to connect to an earlier issue where Neil fought the Demon Prince, and just before he was about to get serious, he said in his mind, "I'm sorry, Kathleen." I just thought it was that was supposed to be like a ooh, who does he mean? Oh, this is who he means. The payoff means nothing. So didn't work out how I wanted it at all, but that's where that's from. And yeah, we learned about Mike changing back. This part's again, we have talking head syndrome. Hellgate's lousy with it. I like this. It's just two heads. You want to go outside? Sure. I show the outside, and then it's more talking heads with no scenery. So it's like, what the fuck's the point? I like this effect here. That's a weird like aspect ratio for a printed photo, but what are we gonna do? But like you can tell, it's been folded up. It's in his pocket and stuff. This is pre-smartphones, so you can't really just pull out your phone and show pictures of your girlfriend. You had to have photos in your pocket. I said during the reading this is our first time seeing the Hellgate in a while, but I guess we saw it in issue 31 when we saw the gate originally opening, although it didn't have all the markings at the time. This is the first time since like issue 2 we have seen the gate with all of its writings on it. Neat effect with the text here, pre-typing the font. I wanted to put a little extra pizzazz in the way he talked, at least for a couple lines, so I made them kind of drippy. So the chains look better here because they're not like, it's hard to explain, but they alternate instead of kind of coiling, if that makes sense. Take a good look. Take a good look at chains sometime, and you'll see what I mean if you compare the two. But I really can't explain it in words. So this demon, I still really like his design. He actually, if you are familiar with Heaven Gate, I would call him like a proto Mabus. He has some design elements. He's got a gray coat with long sleeves that cover the hands, just like Mabus. There's also some sort of straps up near the shoulders, up near the base of the arm, just like Mabus. And chains. So if you know Heaven Gate, you're like, what chains? Okay, so at this point, Heaven Gate was already like rolling around in my head as a concept. I knew that, I can tell that at least by issue, I think like 27, I believe. I know that Heaven Gate was in mind because of something Demonic says that references his past, which was part of me thinking of Heaven Gate, because Demonic's past gets explained in Heaven Gate. Look forward to it. So I know Heaven Gate was already being thought of at this point, and I had a sketch of Mabus in a notebook, and he was going to have a chain motif much like this demon. I believe he was actually going to have like some sort of like lock on his chest, and then like 4 chains coming out wrapping around him. No story reason for that yet. I probably would have come up with one later, but he was going to have chains. But then I made this issue, and fuck chains. This was so time consuming. So, and I'll talk about it just a smidge more when we get later in the issue. We can really see a lot of chains happening, but this issue killed the idea of a chain motif on Mabus because I never wanted to have another chain motif on a character again. This demon does have a name. It's never come up in canon, but I do have a name for him in mind. It's just I haven't had a reason to say it, and it's Baal. B-A apostrophe A-L.
It's some sort of, I think, god from the Indian subcontinent. I know it from Stargate SG-1. One of the villains' name is Baal, and all the villains in that show are based off of gods. So I just thought it was a name that would fit him, but I don't know much about the actual god it is. So it never came up in canon, so who cares? More Talking Head syndrome. I kind of like this. It's a little shaky, but I think it makes sense. Where basically this demon would have no reason to kill Neil because he wants the demons back so he can like rule over them and do what he wants with them, because his chains suppress their power. So even if a demon is much stronger than him, with his chains, he can make them weaker than him. So he's like the de facto ruler of hell. So I have to have this like this conversation where basically Neil's like, Neil not thinking is like, oh, well, if you take me out, then my brother's going to come, he's going to be even stronger. And he's like, oh, well, if your brother's going to be better at this, then I'm going to get you out of the way so your brother can get this done faster for me. So that leads to the whole conflict. I still love this where Neil's just stuck with a fucking pocket knife. Not a bad fight, especially like this / here. And okay, yeah, here was the fucking moment where I was like, Maebus is not going to have chains when I make Heaven Gate, because oh my god. Oh my god. I just remember this taking forever to draw these 2 frames because of those freaking chains. I do like that I establish that Hellgate is a place of black flames. I do kind of like this, like Neil reaching out with his own energy to try to touch the energy and connect himself with the sword's energy. And that automatically gets the gate open for him. I was so happy to draw this because those flames are so much easier to draw than the fucking chains. And then this is brutal. I mean, this is brutal. just bottom jaw burnt away. But it was fun to draw. It was fun to think about, like, all right, how would this come back? I think about the muscle tissue like wrapping around, and see the lower jawbone is re-establishing, and then the skin is the last bit. You also notice that Mike's left eye is closed this entire time. The Demon Prince, that is his completely jet black eye. So that's kind of the idea there, is that eye is... You can kind of see it here before the eyelid reforms. That eye's still jet black. So it's kind of part of the whole suppression of the Demon Prince on the inside. I like how the demon's almost nude now because he got cut up into so many pieces. I thought about like which pieces of clothing would fall off if they were cut up this way. What would be left? You can kind of see like there's some strips around his arms because of those straps around his upper arms. His belt's still there, but everything else pretty much fell away. Also, he has pierced nipples. If you didn't notice that before, now you know. And this little detail here, you know, there's this beam of light coming from the opening on top of the gate, and you look anywhere where that beam of light's meeting this demon, his skin is burning. And he's slain. And then Mike kind of points out, like, well, he was kind of already slain. He was in hell. This was all kind of pointless. And then Mike turns back into the Demon Prince, and there's that all black eye again. And another thing, I remember mentioning this. Look at the number of stripes on his horns. Every time he loses a horn, it comes back with a new stripe. So the first time, his first horn had 1 stripe, and then he ripped that off and used it to pin a demon to the wall, and his new one grew back with 2 stripes. And then that one fell off when he changed back into Mike temporarily, and now his new horn has 3 stripes. And as soon as he's back, the Demon Castle grabs him and takes him away. Anyway, that was Hellgate Battle 34, To Hell and Back. Thank you for that redeem, Flying Shark. This is Battle 35, Demonic Explosion from 2008. Last time on Hellgate Battle 34, To Hell and Back, the Demon Prince returns as Mike Olive. Neil and Mike head into Hell in hopes of finding a way to keep Mike from changing back into the Demon Prince. What they find is the Demon Guardian of Hell. They escape Hell and slay the demon, but Mike changes back into the Demon Prince and gets away. So we start out with an establishing shot. We are in Antarctica. A man runs, a man is stabbed, a man dies.
And a familiar demon is the culprit. Now we cut to a ship in the South Atlantic. As our team seems to be gathered around. 48 hours ago, we lost all communication with McMurdo in Antarctica. We sent in helicopters to assess the situation. They did not return, but they were able to send back pictures. The continent is covered. I slayed that demon 2.5 years ago. That thing is only a drone. How can a slain demon come back? This is pretty complicated, so listen up. I hope this doesn't confuse the readers. There's a demon called the Mother Demon. What up? It has the ability to make those drone demons. Pashow. Each drone is connected. If you slay only one, it will split into 2. You have to slay them all at once. Your best bet is to slay the Mother Demon so it can't make more. But that won't get rid of the drones. My head hurts. So many drones. The only way to slay them all would be... Where is Hippo? Zark! Guy walking by and catches eye of that. Is that a boggle-faced penguin? Zark? I don't know. Who are you and what is a boggle-faced penguin? I am Jeff Claus, penguin expert. And I have a tape all about boggle-faced penguins. Zark? The boggle-faced penguin is the only penguin that cannot swim, making its eating habits something you have to see to believe. Here we see one standing next to a hole in the ice. And here comes a hungry seal. The cavalry. The trap has worked. Ah! He's hungry now. But I'm worried the demons will harm the penguins. The boggle-faced can't swim away like other penguins. Land ho! Shut up, Jesse. We see all the demons spread out. And the boggle-faced penguins. Oh good, the demons are just ignoring the penguins. Neil transforms into his third form. Neil. Foof. There seems to be more demons than when I left. Then the Mother Demon must still be here creating drones. Can you teleport me to it? Yeah. Everyone else stay here. But without me, you can't use the Dragon Twister. I'll figure something out. Later. Poof. Meanwhile at the South Pole. Poof. Demon Slayer. You must be the Mother Demon. Demonic, go back to the ship. What? No! I can't focus on the fight if my friends aren't safe. Go protect them. Fine. Poof. A shame. His knowledge was your only chance of beating me. Poops out another drone from his tail. If I'm to fight you, I should transform. Show. The Mother Demon is a man? I am the Demon King second in command. You can't win. That's what the third in command said. Neil goes in for a downward strike. Demon jumps out of the way. Slash. Neil dodges. Spin kick in the face. Ugh. If this is all your new form can do, I'm not impressed. So him and probably the Demon King don't know about my Dragon Twister. Do you know why you will never be able to beat me or the Demon King? No skill! Cut right in the arm. You have no idea how to use a sword, you just swing it wildly. He's right. A little inner moment with the sword. I'm sorry. I never truly took the time to learn how to wield you. You can teach me? Then teach me. Show me everything. You see like this ghosted image of his ancestor. I guess I'll just have to learn to fight. And when do you plan on doing that? Right now! Neil blocks the sword, spin, and cut. Jaeger backspin style. But there's still the drones to deal with. Places the sword down, starts to take his coat off. Back at the ship. How is Neil gonna slay all the demons at once? He'll have to explode. Explode? Zark? Yes, just like he almost did when he fought Kelly 8 months ago. A little flashback to that. The demons will be slain, Antarctica will be destroyed, and Neil will die. Neil, was this your plan all along, to die? Zark! Hippo! Zark! Zonk! Zank! Zonk! Zonk! Zank! Back at the South Pole, Neil's gotten rid of most of his clothes. Back in his first form. Jesse, Jessica, Demonic, and Courtney. Goodbye. Brian will have to take over from here. Goes into his demonic form. And explodes. Huge bubble of demonic aura comes bursting out. As he screams, the blood starts gushing out all over. His body's being torn apart. Back at the ship. The explosion's gonna wipe out the Baco-faced penguins! But Hippo puts up a barrier! Zonk! That's the explosion from space. And it's done. The drone is slain. I did it. And Neil collapses in the snow. To be continued. Extra page. Next time on Hellgate Battle 36, I must kill you. The Demon Prince has come looking for a fight, and there's no getting out of it this time. Can Neil slay his best friend? Let's start with this cover. If you've been with me for a while, this cover should look familiar. This is the cover for issue 3, except because on issue 3, the Demon King kidnapped Courtney, except we couldn't see these two demons in the back. So very early on, I decided that, the Demon King would have a second and third in command, and that I would reveal them later. So they were just glowing eyes on the third page, on the third cover. And then later in issue 12, we introduced the second in command here, and I redrew the cover and I included him. And then now he has finally appeared, so I redrew the cover and included him. I'm going to say right now, the whole idea of the second, third command was a complete and total failure. They were nothing but really strong demons that Neil eventually fought. I definitely should have reworked them entirely. If they're supposed to be like the second and third in command, we should have seen them more. Like if they're supposed to be like lieutenants or something, they should be like the ones giving orders. That could have been like the whole point of these arcs, is like, Neil's not dealing with the Demon King directly. He's dealing with the second in command, giving out all these orders. He's dealing with the third in command, giving all these orders. And then that could culminate in a fight with these really strong demons that I've built up over issue after issue after issue. Instead, they pop up out of nowhere, claim they're the second strongest ever, and then Neil kicks their ass. So it's a total failure. But, it was high school. What are you going to do? And as we'll see, I'll talk more about his design when we get to the actual issue. Or when I get to his actual appearance. I like this. This is like a cold open, if you know what that term is. It's common in television, where you think of like a crime show. Like you might see the person getting murdered, and then the whole episode is about them trying to figure out who the murderer was, because you couldn't quite see who it was in the cold open. Sci-fi does this a lot too, where it basically just throws you in the middle of something, gives you immediately like hook, and then the credits roll. It's kind of what I was doing here. We can see Neil and the gang are already like on their way to go investigate what's going on. We got General Stahl here, kind of the one leading them there via video recording. Jesse has a suspiciously tall hat. And oh yeah, this guy's back. So if you remember back in issue 14, Neil fought a bunch of these things, and whenever he would cut one, it would split into two, and Neil had to realize they had to slay them all at once. Well, here I established that they were actually drones created by the Mother Demon. But I'll get to that a bit more when we get to explanation. Also like how everyone in the Hellgate universe knows exactly when things happened. I mean, obviously I know because I can like check back on the issue, but it's like that happened 2.5 years ago. Like that just off the top of your head. Like if it was me, I have to be like, wait, let's see, was that 2004? Okay, and now it's May, and that was like February. So that would be, you know, like but everyone in Hellgate just knows the exact amount of time it's been since stuff has happened. I like this like demonstration of how the Mother Demon works. This is the demon letter for M, and these are the demon letters for D, so drone and mother. But yeah, as we saw, like whenever Neil was just cutting up the drones, they were splitting into multiples, so you had to take them all out at once. That's when you learn the God Slash. But I'm also pointing out that just defeating the Mother Demon isn't going to get rid of the drones. And then we asked where Hippo is, and he's been under this giant top hat this whole time. This drawing of Hippo here was actually the basis for the first Jaeger Comics logo. The first Jaeger Comics logo, back when it was just Jaeger Inc., was this drawing of Hippo. I like retraced it digitally, and him holding up like the words like Jaeger Inc., and then later JaegerComics.com, and then later we got the logo you see right down here. And then we have Jeff Claus, who's actually based off someone I knew in high school. They're the one who got me my pirated copy of Photoshop that you will see come up when we get to Heaven Gate and the early covers of Heaven Gate. It's a great Hippo issue. Hippo's just kind of fucking randomly babbling on top of Jesse's head. I love that. And then we learn about the Boggle-faced penguins. So, I needed the penguins to not be able to get out of, not to be able to escape the demons. So I had to make it so they couldn't swim. But I was like, well, if a penguin can't swim, how is it going to eat? Because if you don't know, penguins in Antarctica, they eat fish. And there's not much else to eat in Antarctica except for to go fishing. So I was like, what if the penguins lure seals that eat penguins to the surface and then just jump in and just swarm these animals and just devour them? So here we have just like this this one's like trying to eat a whole arm. This one just burrowed through him. This one's picking an eyeball out. I love this. So if you're ever curious about our own bot here on Twitch and why he likes steak, it's because that's the closest he can get to seal meat. It's also why he hates fish, because fish is not part of his natural diet as a boggle-faced penguin. Getting ready for a fight. And then we have the Mother Demon. So while you could only really see his eyes on the cover of the third issue, the shape of his head was also lightly visible. So I was kind of stuck. This was kind of my original vision of this demon. This weird kangaroo demon with this tail that spits out drones. I don't know that I originally had the idea that this was going to be the Mother Demon that made these drones. These drones originally were just their own demon when they were in that earlier issue. I came up with this idea of them just being drones popped out of this guy much later. But obviously, I couldn't really think of a good fight to go with this type of demon. I wanted to have a more traditional sword fight. And so the Mother Demon has a second form that looks more like samurai-ish. And I actually just give him a katana, because why not? And here I established the idea that like Neil's never really learned actual swordsmanship. He's gotten by just from being really strong and having a really strong sword. But like if it actually comes to like swordsmanship, he knows nothing. Even with his training with Jesse, it's not it's still not learning like techniques and blocking and stuff like that like you would learn if you had an actual teacher. And there's probably, I can't think of a specific, but this is probably somewhat Inuyasha inspired. I feel like Inuyasha also gets accused of just swinging his sword around like a club.
But I don't remember the resolution for that. I don't think he ever like goes to a swords teacher or anything like that. And then I establish that there might be a voice to the sword here. Don't read too much into this, because I haven't fully, even to this day, decided what I want to do with this. But essentially, the sword teaches Neil the swordsmanship of his ancestor. Because again, if you're new here, Neil's ancestor 2,000 years ago was the original Demon Slayer. In fact, here we see what he looked like. But here we get to the important part. The very first thing Neil now knows is a technique called the Jaeger backspin style. This is our first time we see it. No, I think we do actually see... We see his ancestor use it in a flashback issue a few issues ago. But it involves blocking a downward strike, doing a 360-degree turn. In the process, you deflect that sword that came down upon you. So that's just... Now your enemy's off balance, and you do a 360-degree turn so fast that you can then cut into their torso before they have a chance to regain their balance and block. And this will be a technique we will see for a while, definitely leading into Heaven Gate. Here's where I establish that Hippo can fly and put up barriers. Not completely out of nowhere, because you remember the reason why we originally met Hippo is because Hippo has holy energy. He was locked away in the gym at the same time as Neil and God. And here's the first time we see Hippo use that holy energy. Boggle-faced penguins cannot fly. They kind of looked like they were flying earlier, they were jumping. But Hippo can fly through the power of his energy. He can Dragon Ball Z fly, essentially. And then the demonic explosion. You can say this took a while. You can actually see faint outline of these rectangles here. So what I would have done is I had two pieces of paper and I taped them together in the middle to draw this 2-page spread. And so this faint outline here is where I was drawing over those pieces of tape. And there's Hippo's barrier. And then Neil passing out. We leave that on a cliffhanger. This here, as I've talked about before, every once in a while when I had an extra page, I would just draw whatever I looked like at the time. As you can see, I am very sad here. I had just gone through a breakup, I recall. This is like summer 2008. I had a really bad breakup. I was just a very sad boy then, that summer. Very sad boy. It's crazy to think about because that relationship was only 2 weeks long. But like, I was really bad at building things up in my head and then treating it like the end of the world when it didn't work out back then. But yes, that was Hellgate Battle 35. Demonic Explosion. This is Battle 36, I Must Kill You, from 2008. Last time on Hellgate Battle 35, Demonic Explosion, the Demon King's second in command was able to fill all of Antarctica with demons. After he was able to learn the Jaeger style of swordsmanship and slay the second in command, his only choice was to explode with demonic energy to slay all the demons in Antarctica. Now he is left bleeding and passed out, alone at the South Pole. So we first cut to Ushuaia, Argentina. I wish St. Wolf was here. He could tell me how that's pronounced. And there we see Neil all battered up. Courtney watching over him. If he had gotten here just a minute later, he would have died. We see a flashback of Antarctica. Demonic teleports in. Sees Neil. Neil, you're alive! I'll get you out of here. And teleport. You should make a full recovery. Then we cut to the demon castle. Neil is still alive. The Demon King. All that explosion took out were some demons and a few snowflakes. He's slain your second and third in command. How many demons are you going to let him take out? Go.
This time, Neil, you die.
Back to Argentina. Jessica reading a magazine. Jesse playing a DS. It's so nice out. Courtney out for a walk. I should bring Neil out here when he can be moved.
So you're Neil's girlfriend.
A demon! You look familiar.
You may have seen me around school.
You're the demon prince, Mike Olive.
Neil is still recovering?
Yes.
When he's healed, tell him to come to the abandoned field north of Eureka with the old fighter plane.
Then a beam brings him back up to the castle, and the castle's gone.
Will you slay him this time, Neil?
So now we cut to the field north of Eureka with the old fighter plane. Neil's friends watch on. Clouds come in. The pendant around the demon prince's neck, eyes open. And it turns into a large sword. And Neil in his demonic form.
Aku's sword. Let's get this started with a bang, shall we?
Spins the sword above his head.
The demonic tornado!
Neil gathers his own energy.
Demonic tornado! God slash!
They go towards each other, but this time the tornado cuts right through the God Slash.
Yes!
The demonic tornado tore through the God Slash!
Ah!
Neil! I'm okay.
Neil back out of his demonic form.
This new sword makes my demonic tornado far more powerful. You don't stand a chance.
Seems like you won't let me hold back. And Neil transforms into his third form.
What's this?
Neil! Flames appear on his sword and the rain starts. And clash! And another clash. And a stab and a dodge. You can feel the concussion of their swords clashing in your chest. Neil's going all out. He plans to slay the demon prince this time. Multiple sword clashes. Uppercut. Demon prince lands hard. That new sword don't make you a better swordsman.
Don't get cocky. You still can't stop my demonic tornado.
An actual fucking tornado? Holy crap, a real tornado!
Not gonna let a natural disaster stop me.
Revs up another one. Neil! The flames change color. Neil starts swinging his own sword.
Demonic tornado! Dragon Twister!
They meet right where the tornado is. The tornado doesn't stand a chance. And where they clash, a huge spiraling pillar of demonic and holy energy.
They combine to become one super energy vortex.
Once that vortex goes away, Mike will shoot off another demonic tornado, and I can't do another Dragon Twister. I have to do something now. This is gonna hurt like a bitch. Neil jumps right in.
Neil!
He jumped right into the vortex!
Dealing hard, the vortex getting all fucking cut up. Energy Dragon! Shoots an Energy Dragon straight up out of the vortex, which starts to spin and cycle around the vortex.
What the hell is he doing? He's using the Energy Dragon to control the vortex!
And then Neil directs his sword, which causes the vortex to start to turn and go right at the demon prince. And boom, annihilated. And then the sun comes out. I'm sorry, Mike.
For what?
Yo.
How?
It was like I was floating inside the demon prince. I could see everything, but I couldn't control the body. When I saw that vortex coming, I curled up and hid into the deepest part of him. He took the brunt of the blast, and I came out uninjured. Before I briefly changed back to normal when we went to hell, I don't remember anything. If he hadn't been able to be aware and curl up, then he would have died with the Demon Prince. Let's get you home. You are bleeding like crazy. Everybody's happy. Seriously, I really messed you up. Drop it. Bandages. A promise. Neither of us will die till every last demon is gone. Yeah. Next time on Hellgate Battle 37, how it first ended. The Demon King begins spreading death and destruction, calling Neil out for the final battle. Meanwhile, Demonic tells the story of the first Demon Slayer's final battle 2,000 years ago. Okay, commentary. So this cover's kind of interesting. This kind of reminds me... This makes me realize how I had trouble visualizing 3D space, and that really came down to the fact that this, of course, is, once again, another cover done entirely in Microsoft Paint. No layers. Because I was trying to figure out, like, Neil has this white aura, and the Demon Prince has this black aura. What do I do when they overlap? And so I just kind of did this weird, like, spray can effect, which doesn't look great. And now I know what to do. I could totally do stuff with... transparencies and shit like that, but I just couldn't conceive of that because I was so limited with the program I was using. Ushuaia, Argentina. I have no idea what it looks like. I have no idea if it looks like this. I just looked for the most... I tried to look for whichever hospital would be closest to the South Pole, and so I went with somewhere in South America. And then... See, like, Neil all bandaged up. The doctor, great storytelling, where you can't tell it's a doctor because I use a headshot, so I just label him doctor. Outstanding. Also, earlier in this reading, I have no idea what accent I was giving him. It wasn't Spanish or Argentinian. Got the Demon Castle, pre-redesign. This exchange, headshots, talking head syndrome. It's a problem. But yeah, you can tell the Demon King has been holding back the Demon Prince this whole time, and now the Demon King is finally saying, like, all right, go do the fight. Yeah, briefly his eyes change. This is kind of hinting at what we might see from the Demon King a bit later. And I think this is the first time we see that he has the pendant, because that was originally the sword Aku was using before Aku was slain. I like this right here. Like this is kind of some advanced shadowing techniques here where I was like, well, he's under a tree, so I kind of did the whole like splotchy shadow thing. That holds up. A little out of place considering nothing else uses that on these pages, but it holds up here. And this, you know, of course, alludes to the fact that the Demon Prince used to be human, and they went to the same school, but they probably didn't know each other, but she may have seen him around. North of Eureka, old fighter plane. There is no old fighter, if you're wondering, because... As you know, Eureka, real place where I grew up. There's no old fighter plane north of the town. There used to be an old fighter plane on the drive up to Rockford, though. That's kind of what I was roughly referencing. Courtney now has an I Heart New Jersey shirt, which I like because NJ is also Neil Yeager's initials. Well, cheekiness there. I was just thinking, I was reading this, like, this scene desperately needed an establishing shot where I showed you that Neil and the Demon Prince are staring each other down. Instead, I go straight to the plane, and then the close-up of these friends, and then just stuff starts happening. But here's where we see they are fighting each other. We see the demonic tornado again. It's a little more slanty than its first appearance, and that's to show that it is stronger with this new sword. See the God Slash. Probably the first time we've seen the God Slash on one panel. Usually, every other time we've done the God Slash, it's been a 2-page spread. But at this point, I think we had seen it enough. I didn't need to fill a page with it, or even 2. And they clash. It's not too bad. I'm sure I could do it better now, but like, it gets more egregious later. I don't really, there's a little disconnect here where it's like he's in the tornado and now he's just standing there. Could have done a bit more. him falling down, getting back up, that kind of stuff. Neil goes mode 3. The rain starts. This took some time. Because this was just, to do the rain effect, I just used a ruler and just drew dashed lines across the whole page to show the rain effect. Which I like. It adds, it's a very rare instance of like emotional moodiness to a scene, to a battle in Hellgate. And I also like thought about like what they were wearing. These jeans are probably a bit clingier than they should be. The shirt's probably about right because the shirt's wet, it clings. And then like the Demon Prince's pants are very clean because they're like he's got basically like harem pants on, so they're very clingy in the rain, and they're white, so you can kind of see his black underwear underneath it. Same with Courtney here, Courtney here. You can see the clinginess of the shirt because of the rain, and the see-throughness of the shirt because it was white. This isn't my best flurry of sword clashes I've ever done. I do like this uppercut still, and the little detail, because the Demon Prince has like those little horns on his chin. The little detail of Neil injuring his fist a bit from that uppercut. And this is a good fall. Like I like this. Just punch up, and then there's the fall. And then we're right back to the goddamn talking head syndrome. Real tornado happens. The rain, I see the rain slowly starts to let up. Another demonic tornado that doesn't quite live up to expectations, but the next one should. The next one's like the best one in the series. And this is probably like an absolute waste of page. Like I probably didn't need to use 2 pages to show these two things go, but we gotta do. And a rare use of color in Hellgate. I have established earlier in Hellgate that when you combine demonic and holy energy, it turns into something different, and it's blue. We saw that when Neil escaped the gym. He combined demonic and holy energy in his own body. So here you see it's a swirl of demonic and holy energy, and there's just like streak of blue energy wrapped around it. And Neil jumps in. This is all pretty good still. Like I mean, obviously it's still aged, but like I still really like just the grittiness of this moment where like Neil's just like bracing himself inside the vortex, getting cut up all over. Uses another technique, Energy Dragon, our first technique, wrapping around. I like this. Like I like him like looking right down the barrel of his own sword for this. I wish I had just shown more that like he did this and then directed it. Instead, it just kind of looks like you don't see the motion, which I would have done now. And then this fucking perspective shot. You see like Neil's friends in the back, the forest. You see the big Cobgum right, the Demon Prince. I was really proud of that. It still looks pretty cool, for the time. And then here, now that we know what happened, you can kind of see, the outline of the Demon Prince. You see there's Mike all balled up in the center. And then this is the little demon that latched onto the Demon Prince's neck that turned him into a demon in the first place. So that's the part that's getting slain, the demon part. The human part is here surviving it. We have our tired Neil. This explanation's like a little clunky and fast, but yeah, I'm just basically trying to explain that like, oh, I saw it coming, so I curled up into a little ball, and also establishing that if it wasn't for that previous issue where he briefly turned back into Mike, he wouldn't have been able to do that. That's going to come up later. And then this ending kind of meanders a bit, but it is what it is. And then this, of course, this is from the very first issue that Mike appeared in, where we established that they had made this promise, Neil and Mike, before Neil went to go slay demons, that neither would die until our demon is gone. And now that promise is fulfilled. And then yeah, next issue is another big fight issue. We are quickly making our way towards the ending of the series. So yes, that was Hellgate Battle 36. I Must Kill You. Thank you for that redeem, Ro Higashi. This is Hellgate Battle 37, How It First Ended, from 2008. Last time on Hellgate Battle 36, I Must Kill You, Neil fought the Demon Prince. After a long battle, Neil was able to beat the Demon Prince. The demon part was slain, and Mike Olive was changed back to normal, much to Neil's relief. So, to get us a little bit caught up, of course, the Demon Prince was Neil's friend, turned into a demon. Important thing we knew about the Demon Prince is that he kind of served as like a last resort for the Demon King, and that with the Demon Prince gone, it seems the Demon King is ready to finally put an end to all this. So first, we have the Demon Castle. Oh, here comes the little cow demon. Looks like he's got the Great Sword pendant. Meow. Meow. The explosion I worked so hard for didn't amount to anything. He was able to control the explosion, make it harmless to the environment. And the Demon Prince is gone. And the whole reason I created him was... Castle! Land! Demons! Go forth! And kill everyone in the city! Here we see a 2-page spread of absolute mayhem. Welcome to Peoria, Illinois. Oh no. That's near Eureka. That's near Neil's hometown. And we're on some random hotel called Tate's Hotel. Got the lobby. I miss Hippo. What happened to that penguin? He stayed in Antarctica. I got a potty. This is the first morning I haven't woken up in pain since I fought the Demon Prince. He's all covered up in cuts. Mister, turn on the news. Something big happened. Click. It seems that everyone in the city was killed. Bodies line the streets. It seems by this picture that the demons have made a base in Peoria, Illinois. Hey, what have I... Oh, this is what Jesse sees. Neil, that girl's a demon! Catch me if you can. Wait, I have questions for you! They run after her and... Oh! Who the hell are you? I like to think of myself as the Demon Princess. The Demon King will wait for you in the castle for 1 month. You have till then to go and fight him. Should you fail to show up, he'll move on to another city and kill off everyone there as well, and the cycle will continue. Ta-ta, Demon Slayer. So the time has come. And we cut ahead to hang out on the roof. Neil got the gem. The gem is supposed to make it possible to slay every demon at once, but it's warped and won't do that anymore. So even if I beat the Demon King, this still leaves all the other demons left to slay. How did the first Demon Slayer finish things up? It took him 28 years of demon slaying to finally track down the Demon King. 2,000 years ago, Europe. By then, he had a wife and son. It's time to end this. I won't go down easy. You're getting old, Jaeger. You should have let your son take over years ago. The boy knows better than to touch my sword. We went demonic. They clash swords, and a swing, and a stab, but a dodge. And, oh, that looks like the Jaeger backspin, but the Demon King blocks it. Kick to the face. Oh, sends him up flying. Multiple demons. Arm volley. Boom, 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 boom. So much power, but your father will win. Sheaths the sword, starts gathering demonic energy. Go to stretch ya! But the Demon King just bats it away. The Demon King deflected the God Slash like it was nothing. At this rate, Jaeger should be able to slay the Demon King. That'll leave me stuck in this body and unable to pass on. Unless I do something to prove I don't deserve this punishment anymore. Flies in and... What the hell? Jaeger, I got his eyes covered. Take him out. Demonic, stop. I'll beat him on my own. You're in the way.
Mr. Demonic.
Jaeger, Demon King. And they both swing their swords in, but both lose their swords. Thump, thump. They lock arms. I see losing your eye hasn't slowed you down. Don't need it. I will lose to a mortal. You don't have a choice. Headbutt. Gah! Damn you! Kick in the face. Knocks him down. Oh, the gem. I'll use the fuse with more demons and grow stronger. When the sword went through the Demon King's gut, it hit me too. You may seal us back in the Hellgate, but we will get out again, and when I'm out, I'll make your descendant's life a living nightmare. His demonic energy will consume him until he explodes. And I was sealed in the sword with the Demon King. Then Jaeger used the gem to slay the rest of the demons. So when the Demon King was slain, he split up into the many demons he was made of. And you ended up in that perverted demon I found you in. You got it. The Demon King doesn't know about the power of my third form, and he doesn't know about my Dragon Twister. I will use that against him. That month seemed to go by so fast. We see Neil looking over the sword and the gem. Demonic thinking. Jessica fixing her hair. Oh, camera set up. All being cute. Demonic transforming Jesse into a fighting partner. Some sparring. Courtney watching on. And the Demon King waiting too. Before we knew it, it was the night before the final battle. Tomorrow I fight the Demon King. Let's make love. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 38, Showdown. The final battle is here. Neil goes after the Demon King. Can Neil defeat the Demon King once and for all? And then we got another, I think this is loading weird. They're like clipping weird. There we go. We got another photo set, which I'll go over in the commentary. This cover's fun. It's the first time we see Neil's ancestor, Jaeger, who I later finally named Bannon, in his demonic form. I always love putting him on the cover so you know that he had blue hair, not gold hair. And the first time we see the Demon King powered up, covered in those markings and demon letters. Not a bad cover, not a bad composition. I had this weird thing where like I just kind of posed people in weird ways. Didn't really make sense. Like, what are you guys about to do? Yeah, we got the Flappy Cow Demon retrieving the Great Sword Pendant again. And then, yeah, we have this 2-page spread of the destruction of Peoria. I don't know where in Peoria that's supposed to be. I don't have a specific place in mind. But I just want a city to be the battlefield. We got this giant demon, we got dragon, we got this lady just been stabbed. She's hanging out a window. This car, I kind of like that car. That car kind of like skid off the road there because a demon popped through the top of it. I like this worm coming in and out of this building. And then this demon just has a fucking cannon, just blasting. Just blasty cannon demon. Neil's shirt just says eat cheese. Not sure what's up with that. This is also where I established that Hippo stayed behind in Antarctica in the last issue, or the issue before that, actually. So Jesse's sad that there's no more Hippo. We got Courtney doing one like Cat's Cradle. Jessica's bouncing a ball on her foot. Yeah, I'm glad I put some character into this. I'm glad they're not all just like sitting normal. And yeah, Neil's covered in scars from the demonic explosion issue, and then he's got active scabs from the fight with the demon prince. And here we see the girl was a demon, and this is our first appearance of the demon princess, who, if you've been watching me work on the new issue of Heaven Gate, we see a lot more of her a lot later. I won't go into here my plans for her. Maybe once we do commentary of the issue I'm currently working on, whenever that happens, I'll talk more about what my plans were her when I first introduced her and how that changed to what I ended up doing with her. And then we got the setup for the flashback. I wanted to show the original Demon Slayer final fight with the Demon King. Originally, I was gonna put this after the finale because I couldn't put it before because I was afraid it was going to spoil something for the actual finale, but I ended up cutting that part that would have been a spoiler, so I was able to put it sooner. And I'm glad I did because this works out better. This is the first time we see his family. We have his wife. I don't think I ever gave her a name. And I've had other ideas for what his wife could be, and I feel it kind of sucks. I just kind of gave him like this bland woman here. I've had this idea where like what if he like had seduced a priest at some point? Because I've played with the idea of making a whole series about Neil's ancestor. I'm never gonna do that, so I guess it doesn't matter now. But we see his son for the first time. Of course, he needs a son if he's going to be Neil's ancestor. I believe this character's name is Bronson, which means, I think, like son of the Dark One. And his design is basically Neil, except that he has shorter hair and he has like stubble. But other than that, that's just Neil there, in terms of like hairstyle and face and eyes type. And then here we see Bannon. He's a lot older than the last time we saw him in a flashback. He's got gray in his mustache, his goatee, and he's got a streak in his hair. He's apparently lost an eye at some point. This again is 28 years into demon slaying for him. He's got some wrinkles under his eyes. He's getting up there. And then here we see the Demon King go full power for the first time. I like this form. I'm looking forward to drawing again soon. Just not a fan of this execution. The eyes are so huge. And here we see Bannon in his demonic form for the first time. We've not seen this before. But we know Neil has his base form, or his first transformation, the demonic form, and then the long-haired form. And we know already that Bannon did achieve the long-haired form, but did not see the point of it, because it comes from feelings of love, and he didn't feel like they had a place on the battlefield. So he never unlocked that thing's full potential, which is why the Demon King doesn't know to expect it. Bannon preferred the demonic form above all else, and so he really cultivated that form. So we have demonic versus demonic here. Another classic sword exchange from the Hellgate era. It's subtle, but this is supposed to be the Jaeger backspin that we saw a bit earlier.
Well, we've seen it. We've seen it in a previous Bannon issue, and we've seen that Neil knows how to use it. But here's how we see. Here we see that it doesn't work on the Demon King. The Demon King can counter it. I illustrate this better in Heaven Gate, but basically the Jaeger backspin move is basically you start crouched and you block with your sword, and then you do a quick 360 turn and slash before they have a chance to, before they have a chance to recompose themselves, because that spin kind of knocks their sword out of their guard. But they kick them way up in the air. And then we got we've seen the demon's arm technique once before. This is the first time we've seen him shoot off multiple ones. I like this frame here. I like this frame where you got the blasts getting closer to the viewer, and you can see with these markings that he's kind of dodging back and forth from each one. Great job, younger me. You pulled off what you were trying to do there. The background leaves some to be desired, but whatever. And we see that that move actually like tears up his arm. Like his arm is all scorched, but he's immortal, so it's going to heal. And then we see Bannon use the God Slash, but he says Gottstreich, which is German for God Slash. But the Demon King can counter that. And here we get a little bit of clue about Demonic. We'll learn more in Heaven Gate, but here's where we get the idea that maybe he doesn't want to be he's being stuck in this body, unable to pass on, and he's trying to find a way to prove he doesn't deserve this punishment. That we'll learn more about that in Heaven Gate. But he tries to intervene, and the Demon King just literally fucking swallows him. I kind of love that. I think that came out really well. Bannon doesn't give a shit. His wife is worried. She's getting up there too. She's got a lot of wrinkles. They go in and they lock arms. There's some banter. You should let your son take over, which is true. Like his son could have been a demon slayer. It's anyone of Jaeger blood can wield the sword, but Bannon's too proud to give that up, despite the fact he's getting up there in age. And then the Demon King gets desperate. He's going to fuse with more demons, but boop, Bannon threw the sword while he was thinking. And that is how Demonic ended up inside of a demon, because that's where we found him way back in issue 3 of Hellgate. He was inside a demon. So he got swallowed by the Demon King. The Demon King, who is made up of many demons, when he got slain, he got split back up, and Demonic was in one of those demons. And then Jaeger used the gem to slay the rest of the demons. How does that work? We will actually see that in a few more issues. We basically pick up where this leaves off in issue 41. Yeah, 41. The second to last issue, the penultimate issue. And yeah, I like this slice of life stuff, just kind of contemplating. I don't know why you let the sword have a nice bed, but I like this. This drawing of Demonic's great. I love this drawing of Demonic. I think that still holds up. Jessica just kind of checking out her hair. Them being cute. I think it's the last time we will probably ever see Jesse's transformation. Really underutilized. Underutilized in the series. The idea was that like Neil needed a training partner, so Demonic can turn Jesse into a fighter that's comparable to wherever Neil's at, but he's still not good enough fighting demons because he can't slay them. That only the Jaeger sword can do that. So his only purpose is to spar with Neil, but I don't know. I only showed that a couple times. So I would probably cut that idea entirely if I was rewriting Hellgate, because it's just unnecessary. It was a random idea that just feels weird in hindsight. And yeah. And then we end with this shocker of a line, "Let's make love." So I'll talk about this right here. There is an issue before issue 38. It is issue 37.5. It follows directly after Courtney makes this statement and ends before the sun rises. So you can kind of assume what that issue is about. That issue is for adults only. I just wanted to give it a try. And it's okay. It's fascinating considering I was drawing a bunch of stuff I had yet to do. little peek into my history. Yeah, it's I won't be doing commentary for that. 1, it's not safe for Twitch. 2, it's not safe for YouTube. And 3, I don't want to make a Pornhub account just to read erotica to you people. I thought about that for a second. I was like, well, I could upload it to Pornhub. Pornhub's basically YouTube without nudity rules. But I was like, I don't want to read this out loud. But the important thing is that is all the issue's about. It's just them hooking up. There's no plot in there. It's just a little bit of a character moment between the two. So, not safe for work Patreon gift. But yeah, there's you're not missing anything by not seeing it. That's why it's called 37.5. I didn't want people to even realize they were missing out if they weren't seeing it. So we'll see where that picks up when we get to 38. And I'll talk about this real quick. This is the third photo set. Again, the idea behind this is that you'd be able to, well, one, back when the issues were print, I print these out, you'd get this just as slipped into your issue. It wouldn't be stapled in. And then you would be able to cut these out. You have the big one you could maybe put up somewhere, and then the small ones you could put in your wallet. Pre-cell phones, when we all have all the photos in the world with us, you had these little plastic sleeves in your wallets where you would put photos in. And that was my idea for these. And so we got the lineup. And then we got Jessica, Courtney back to back. We got some smooching between Neil and Courtney. We got Neil enjoying some ramen. That still looks pretty solid, especially that hand. Oh my god, can't believe I drew that chopstick hand that well back then. We got the return of the fact that Neil's third form is very attractive in universe. It's very attractive. Jesse's sad again. I believe he was the running gag for this last one is that Jesse's always alone for these. And now he is alone again because Hippo's gone. And then Mixmaster Demonic. I don't know why I went with that. This is Hellgate Battle 37.5, Should You Not Return, which we are not going to read because it is an adult-only issue that I made. You do not need to read it to get the story. It just takes place in between 37, 30, and 38. It's just an adult-only interaction. I did it as an experiment. But I did want to do a little bit of talking about the cover. First of all, you'll immediately notice different fonts. I decided to go with a different font with a more like romantic font for Hellgate and Battle 37.5, Should You Not Return. And then importantly, look at the symbols above Hellgate. Every issue has had demonic letters above the Hellgate part that said different things for different parts. One said die now, one said like evil within, one said like love's true form. This one, and this issue only, gets a special one. And do you know what that says? That is 3 X's in the demon language. It says triple X in demon. I love that. I am proud of that. Anyway, we can see Neil and Courtney here about to get smoochy. Neil still got all those scars, which I always like keeping track of like wounds. I've talked about this before, but like when someone gets hurt in Hellgate, the next issue they'll be scabbed over. The issue after that they'll be scars. So, and that issue after that they'll be gone. Courtney's dress, this is what I want to talk about. So I've talked about how I made all these issues, all these covers in Microsoft Paint. If that's true here, this is Microsoft Paint, except her see-through slip there. That was a Photoshop effect. I don't think I had taken my Photoshop class yet. I had not learned how to fully utilize the concept of layers. we will see that before Hellgate's done. But at least I knew that with Photoshop, unlike Microsoft Paint, I could take a color and give it an opacity. And so I took the finished image into Photoshop, put black over her slip, and gave it opacity. So that is the first instance of Photoshop. Kind of, technically the cover to 38 would be the first instance. I would have made that first because I would have made that before I finished the previous issue so that I could put it as a preview in the back. So, and we'll go over that when I read 38. The other thing I'll talk about is that this is, so of course I'm Jaeger Comics, right? Before I went by Jaeger Comics, or before I put out my comics under Jaeger Comics, it was Jaeger Inc. It only became Jaeger Comics when I tried to get a website and Jaeger Inc. wasn't available. But this is the only issue that isn't put out under Jaeger Inc. It's under James Co., which the logo for James Co. is like a face with like a nosebleed. I didn't want to say that Jaeger Inc. put out a porn issue, so it's James Co., James Company. Where does James come from? That's my middle name. So Jaeger is my last name, James is my middle name. So James Co. But just to put a cap on that, so I put it under James Co. If I ever were to do another NSFW comic, I would call it James Co. Or James Comics, probably now. Now that I went from Jaeger Inc. to Jaeger Comics. But yeah, that is Battle 37.5. Should you not return? That's all you're getting. I'm not reading the whole issue. Hi, real quick. This is a bit different because I'm not live on Twitch right now because due to a configuration snafu, none of my audio from last night's stream got recorded. And we did 2 comic readings last night. So instead, I'm going to do it again right now, alone, just offline. So that's fun. Here we go. This is Hellgate Battle 38 Showdown from 2008. Last time on Hellgate, Battle 37, how it first ended. I still can't read this. The Demon King destroyed the city of Peoria and made it his base. He sent out a challenge to Neil. Come to Peoria and fight him in 1 month or he'll destroy another city. Neil heard the story of how the first Demon Slayer beat the Demon King, and Neil spent the month training. So, sun rises at the hotel. See Courtney sleeping. Neil getting up. Good morning, handsome. Hand me my pants. Here. Rummaging and open it. A locket? You and Jessica? Is this your way of telling me you're a lesbian too? Was I really that bad last night? No, I just didn't think you needed a picture of yourself. It's to remind you of where your real power comes from. I can lift the sword. Dragon Twister! We better get in the shower. Listen up. I want everyone to be ready to defend themselves. Stay in the car till we reach the castle, then take cover. Check out the love bites. Let's get moving. Peoria, Illinois. The last day. Will you show up, Neil? Do I really feel like fighting? The castle is just down the road. Let's go. Neil runs in front of the car. The Demon Slayer! I'll take his head! Soof. Took them out. Soof. Took them out. Amazing! Energy! Dragon! We're here. Everyone's all lined up. Up there. Oh. The boy has only been demon slaying for 5.5 years. He was no match for me at our last fight a year ago. I just don't feel like having a boring fight today. Neil!
I'm afraid I'm not in the mood for a fight today, so I'll take my leave. Castle takes off, but I left some company for you. Gosh.
We'll hold off the demons. You take out the castle. Got it. Demon goes forth. Smack. Kneel. No, Demon King. We end this today. Foof. Gosh. Foof. Kneel. Foof. Neil starts to spin the sword. Dragon Twister! So stupid.
What hit the castle?
Neil transforms again. These demons heal, but boom, Neil got him.
It couldn't have been the energy dragon. It must have been the God Slash.
We gotta take cover. Hide. Jesse turns back. Courtney puts her hair down. Neil goes demonic.
So you insist on dying today? The power I see here today is nothing compared to the original Demon Slayer. Know why? You don't have the heart of hate needed to bring that form to its full potential. I agree. Don't mock me!
Go in and clash. Posing and downward slash. Jaeger backspin, but it's blocked.
Jaeger's backspin style. How does he know it?
Catch it with the sword. Cut across the stomach. Cut across the chest. Boom, 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 boom. High flying, sword flying action. Both strike. Both lose their swords. Stare each other down and boom, boom, ping, ping. They don't block very well, do they? Neil, you gotta get your sword back. Trips the Demon King. Makes a run for it. Grabs the sword, cuts the sword. Yes! Yeah!
You've done well. Your sword skill makes up for your lack of power. However,
eye on his pendant opens.
I've been holding back.
Scary. What a coincidence. Neil's sword grows. His hair grows. Neil. I've been holding back too. To be continued. And some fan art by Jenny. Next time on Hellgate Battle 39, Holy versus Demonic. Neil and the Demon King go at each other at full force as the battle continues. Alright, we can dive right into commentary because I don't got any chat to read. So I talked about this cover in the kind of 37.5 in-between commentary, which will not be its own video, but will be in the volume, the Green Flame issue compilation video. So if you want to see that, go look for it there. But as you know, should know by now, all Hellgate covers were made in Microsoft Paint. Drew them by hand, scanned them, colored in Microsoft Paint. I had Photoshop at this point. A friend had got me a bootleg copy, but I still couldn't wrap my head around what made it so different from Microsoft Paint. I didn't understand layers yet. However, I did notice that things like blending worked way better in Photoshop than they did in Microsoft Paint. So, the hickey, that hickey right there, that's Photoshop. That's a little, that's a little Photoshop spray right there. Neat. So it's the first instance of Photoshop I used in Hellgate. If you read 37.5 back in the day or ever, you would have seen some Photoshop there first, but this cover got made first because this cover had to be in the back of the last issue of issue 37, which 37.5's cover was not in the back of issue 37 because I wanted it to be like a invisible issue in case you didn't want to see the smut. So yeah, this takes place. If you read 37 only, you know Courtney was like, let's make love, and now boom, aftermath. If you're at 37.5, you got to see what happened in between. But they're just waking up. You can still see that scar on Courtney where she got skewered in issue 12? Issue 12? Yes. So that's still there. Keep that in mind. That's going to come up soon. And Neil's still covered in scars from his fight with the Demon Prince.
The locket, and then the flashbacks. Not much to say there, although you can see they both got hickeys. And yeah, then I still like this Jessica kind of like, oh, look at the love bites, and they just kind of, I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's cute, it's adorable. Unlike the Demon Castle, which should have been updated a long time ago, and thankfully I do update it in Heaven Gate, but we were still dealing with the issue 3 design here for continuity reasons. Random demons, I like. It's always interesting when you see me design a whole bunch of random demons. It gets better in Heaven Gate, but like, is that the peanut butter jelly banana? I see what I was going for here. It's different than the way Neil would fight hordes in early Hellgate, where it would be a lot of like running and slashing and very almost literal. Here we kind of see Neil like boom appear and like all his enemies behind him are like cut up. I like that concept. I just don't think it was pulled off well here. I do the same thing here. Again, not great. Sorry, banana guy. Although this pose is pretty sick. I do like that. So that at least worked. The energy dragon used to be when he charged up to this point, he would always just stand straight up and put the sword up. I'm glad I finally kind of changed it up. He gets like a pose now. So that's a lot better. And then finally, I finally realized the energy dragon as it appeared in my mind. I had been attempting it all along, and I just couldn't figure out how to portray what I was seeing in my head of this idea of it going in and coming out, going in, coming out, going in, coming out, and traveling on the ground. Now, I will say it's not, we'll see better in Heaven Gate. The one thing I think that's not being conveyed here is speed. So that's still missing, and also the idea that he strikes the ground to start it, I think that's a little bit lost here because it looks like it's just kind of being sucked into the ground. So it's not perfect yet, but it is so much better than any other energy dragon that we see in Hellgate anywhere else. So, also, is that the Noid? Here, interesting thing. This look here, where he's kind of got the shadow across, that was completely by accident. That's just smear from shading in his hair that like got on his face, and then I think I probably went in Microsoft Paint and just kind of erased the white of his eyes. And I haven't really been talking about that at all. Is how much. I'm glad I did this. This was not in the original Twitch recording. How much post production had increased with Hellgate over time. When I first started drawing Hellgate, I kind of just went at it. It's kind of hard to explain, but you know, I just drew what you saw. I didn't draw, you know, when you see artists, or if you see my art streams, you do the circles and you get the bodies planned out and posed and stuff like that. I didn't do that when I first started Hellgate. That just wasn't how I did art yet. I think I had probably known about it, but it looked boring and took too long. I didn't do that in early Hellgate. But as time went on, I became a better artist. I started doing that. And then the problem is that it wasn't, it was kind of hard to erase. You can see here in like the shading part, you can see like a line right there. That's left over. So what, as I got more, kind of particular as the series went on, as I began to nitpick more, I was spending a lot of time, once these pages were scanned, going in Microsoft Paint and erasing all those excess lines. I completely forgot about that all these readings until now. But yeah, it used to be such a pain. I remember just because it used to be like once the pages were drawn and the cover was made, I scanned and I was ready to go. But like by the end of Hellgate, I was spending probably a solid week just going over every page, digitally erasing all of my guidelines, because all of Hellgate is in pencil. It'd be different if I was inking these and then I could erase the pencil manually on paper before scanning. But because it was all on pencil, I couldn't get rid of a lot of the guidelines without erasing the lines I want to keep, so I just had to get rid of them digitally. So yeah.
And then we get a brief moment to kind of see Neil's friends do a little bit of demon fighting. Not something that was big in Hellgate, since they couldn't slay demons. I kind of wrote myself into a corner with that lore piece, but still, they can at least subdue them temporarily. And also, this guy saying "Gersh," that is a reference to a character in Inuyasha. There was a group, I cannot remember their names at all anymore. But it was a group of like these mercenaries that were brought back to life by Naraku, and one of them was like part machine, and he always went "Gersh." And so that's a reference there. This is sick. This pose is sick. This not so great. While we did get a really good energy dragon this issue, we get another mediocre dragon twister. We will get a good dragon twister next issue. Also, we can still see there's like this giant fucking balcony off the back of the demon castle. If you remember from a previous issue. It's so awkward. Yeah, and then we take out those demons. I also like that for continuity reasons. One, I feel the need to show that Courtney puts her hair down. But more importantly, I also show that the Demon King is slowly like taking his cloak off and taking his coat off. This fight, not bad. Although the choreography, I'd get better at choreography later. Early Hellgate was just a lot of, and then they just hit their swords together a lot. I mean, all of Hellgate's like that. Even early Heaven Gate's like that. And then the obligatory very fast sword strikes scene. Better than previous ones, but still I'm starting, looking back now on this particular one through critically, I'm just like, did these need to happen? Did every fight need to have one of these moments? Catches the sword with his prosthetic hand. Then just the flurry of punches isn't really showing a fist fight, just showing, I don't know, just two people beating on each other. It's kind of weird. Trip, it looks awkward. Breaks his sword. That clap's not bad, honestly. And yeah, we see, I don't think I talked about this in 37, but this is the Demon King's powered up form. His hair's a bit messier. He's got these green markings over his body, some of it which are demon letters. He gets markings up and down his pant legs. And his eyes, the white parts go dark. I like it. I just, I could draw it better now. Especially the eyes aren't really doing how I envisioned them. And then Neil transforming into his transformation. And that's where that issue ends. If you have read Heaven Gate and you're like, wait, Jenny, isn't there a character named Jenny in Heaven Gate? Yes, that character is based off of the girl who drew me this picture. It's a drawing of me. I'll talk more about that when we get to Heaven Gate. And yeah, so that was Hellgate Battle 38 Showdown. Thank you for that redeem, Gamer Boy. This is what I said at the time, because that's who redeemed it. All right, I'm going to do the other one now. Bye. This is Hellgate Battle 39, Holy versus Demonic from 2008. Last time on Hellgate Battle 38 Showdown, after receiving a locket from Courtney, Neil headed for Peoria to fight the Demon King. Though the Demon King decided to avoid the fight out of boredom, Neil took out the Demon Castle, forcing the Demon King to fight him. Now the fight has begun and neither side is holding back. CNN breaking news. This is CNN breaking news. As you know, a month ago, the city of Peoria, Illinois was attacked and destroyed by demons. The city is only 20 miles from Eureka, Illinois, the hometown of the Demon Slayer, and may be the reason the demons chose it. But breaking news, we have been able to hack into a security camera at a news station in Peoria, thanks to some help. The help. We now have live footage of what appears to be the Demon Slayer and a demon locked in combat. This brave boy fights on as the world watches. Cut to Roanoke. Come on, Neil. Cut to Eureka. More action! Neil, if you can't beat this guy, then I will.
Neil. Got a whole fuck ton of cats. The boy who saved me?
Go, Dragon Slayer!
For Irwin. Antarctica. What are you watching? Zark! Iraq.
Come on, bro. We're all counting on you.
Back to Peoria. Our king shall win. Don't be so loyal. Mer. The Demon King and Neil stare each other down as his friends watch from behind rubble.
That form. Jaeger only used it once. How strong could it be? Don't tell me this is your trump card.
I have the heart to bring this form to its full potential. Neil goes in.
Boom. Fast!
Clash and glass shatters. The percussion of their swords clashing is shattering all the windows. Then a flurry of sword strikes.
I'm at full power and he's keeping up with me.
Another strike.
He's keeping up with me blow for blow with little effort. This is impossible.
Goes up for a stab. What's the matter, Demon King? I thought I wasn't worthy to fight you. Grabs his hair. And throw. I got careless. Demon King joins him. Time to get serious. They clash again. Breaking shit as they go. Sounds like they're doing a lot of damage in there. Back to Antarctica. Where did they go? Another stab. Cuts his leg. Downward strike and boom! Tries to catch it with that hand. Tried to block it with your hand? Not very smart. Another swing, but hits a pillar. And then the ceiling comes crashing in. Gah! The floor above caved in. He's gone. Look on top of the building!
Try and dodge this! Demon's arm!
Boom! No! Back in Roanoke. Stupid TV, show me the fight! Young gets hit. And the building comes crashing down.
Now there are none to stand in my way.
Booyah.
Fool, you know this wound will heal.
But it'll hold you in place. Courtney, now! Neil! Starts to spin the sword.
What is this? So much energy! How can this form be so powerful? Is this what took out the castle? Jaeger could never summon an attack this strong. Damn it! I can't get free!
Dragon Twister!
Boom.
Not much left. There goes the sword. He used the sword to deflect some of the attack, but it's over. He's as good as slain. The gem! It fell out of my torn pocket! Grabs it, runs in, and... He swallowed it!
I call on every demon to join with my body!
What did he say? Sucked in. You see Florida, away. Africa, gone. Egypt, gone. New York, gone. China, gone. Look up there. All converging on one point. Cut out the burp. He's fusing with every demon on the planet?
That's not all.
Sucked out of his sword. All the demons I've slain! This is bad, really bad! Watch on in horror as he grows and grows and grows and grows.
Now, I am the demon god.
He's huge! Jessica, Courtney, another dragon twister! You can't! I have to. I know I've already used 2 today, but I have to do another. No, you don't understand. I have to do this, but I can barely hold this form. Why do I feel so weak? Neil!
Sword does nothing. Spin, 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 spin. Dragon twist!
Rust? The sword needs at least 1 demon in to allow you to hold a transformation. I have to fight this thing without transforming?
I will squash you like an ant.
Neil goes in anyway.
I can't even cut through his skin.
Neil dodges. Neil dodges.
How am I supposed to do this without my sword's power? Don't I, the Demon Slayer, have any power of my own? Can't I do anything to stop this?
Sword begins to crack. It comes in again.
If I dodge, his attack will hit them. It's coming this way. We can't outrun it. I can't move. But I can't stop him. I can't move. I have to stop him.
Boom. Hilt shatters. Burst of energy. Hand draws back.
So much holy energy.
What is this?
I'm going to slay you.
Goosh.
Blood? What's going on? It's too much energy. The sword in his body can't handle it.
The locket. It's to remind you where your real power comes from. Come on, Jessica.
Where?
His real strength comes from us. We have to help him.
How?
They run in, they glow, and pew, pew. One wraps around his body, and bam! One wraps around his sword, and bam!
They became armor for Neil and his sword.
Transformation complete. To be continued. And a Halloween drawing. Next time on Hellgate, Battle 40, He Whose Power Rivals God. Neil goes head to head with the Demon God. The Demon God may be surprised by Neil's new transformation, but that doesn't mean he's out of tricks of his own. The final battle between Neil and the demons, it all comes to an end here. And we'll dive right into commentary. So, once again, drawn in pencil, scanned Microsoft Paint cover. But once again, boop, the hickey was done in Photoshop. I think, well, we saw it on the cover of issue 37 as well, but you see full color, the Demon King's transformation. You see the markings are supposed to be green. That just kind of became like the unofficial color for demon language, is that lime green. And that, of course, comes from the covers, which is where the demon language first ever appeared, was on the cover of the first issue. Yeah. CNN breaking news. This guy completely made up, but we will, we got a character coming up that'll eventually get this kind of spotlight in Heaven Gate. But let's go on a little bit of a tour because we have a lot of characters to check up on. We see that the one who did the hacking is Levi Welt from issue 17. He's the one who helped them get into virtual reality headsets so that they can go after a demon on the internet. And then we just kind of cut to like basically everyone Neil's come across watching this on TV. We have Mike Olive and his mom in Roanoke, the former Demon Prince. And then we have Jessica's little brother. And then Eureka, we have Brittany. If you remember her from issue like 3 and 7, her appearance is always different. So it's hard to, it's one of my biggest regrets is with that character. We have Courtney's older brother. We have Lucas, the boy who tried to slay demons in issue 18, A Peaceful Day in the Life of Lucas. We have Jesse's older sister. Then we have Amber Curtis, the nurse who helped out take care of Jessica during the Blue Flame issues, and her uncle, the doctor, and then all her cats, which there are 2 new cats now. Keeps growing. We have Amanda Night Road, which I don't know that we ever learned her name, but she is someone that Jesse saved at the, I think in issue 26.
And then we saw her again in 27. She was actually based off a fan of Hellgate. And then speaking of Peaceful Day in Life of Lucas, here's the other background, the other characters that were in that issue. This guy was the one asking about the demon killings lately, and that was the coffee, the barista guy, and then the girl who Lucas tried to save, but Neil had to save her because Lucas can't slay demons. Then we have this cafe owner, or not cafe, but like diner owner who mistakenly calls Neil the Dragon Slayer. If you recall, he was the one who was there when Neil's card got declined because the military was looking to replace him. Speaking of, this is the general who was going to replace Neil, General Stahl, and then Norman Burr, the one who helped design Neil's giant robot in Big Neil. Then we have Jeff Claus, the penguin expert from Antarctica, and then there's Hippo. Hippo's back. Well, he's not back. He's in Antarctica. That's where he's at, but he's hanging out with Jeff. And then we have Neil's brother Brian, who's now stationed in Iraq. And then we have the Demon Butler, who we briefly saw, I think, a couple times. He's the one who like recruited Kelly and also helped restrain the Demon Prince at one time. We have the Demon Princess, who we only recently met in issue 37. And then we have this bird demon, this one-eyed bird demon that tried to tattle on the Demon Prince when the Demon Prince escaped that one time, and the Demon Prince tore off his own horn and stabbed the bird with it, and that's still there. And then the Flappy Cow Demon, my favorite. Got them staring down. The fight begins again. Also, this line is a callback to the previous issue where the Demon King saw Neil's demonic form and was like, you don't have the heart to bring that form to its full potential. And Neil's like, you're right. And now Neil's calling that back with like, I have the heart to bring this form to its full potential, which the Demon King doesn't know about because, again, the first Slayer didn't use it, and the Demon King hasn't been able to spy on Neil since the Green Flame issues began, because Neil has the gem on him and the gem prevents that spying. And they clash, and this is kind of a step up above the fight between Neil and the Demon Prince, where I remarked, or where Courtney remarks, that with each clash of the swords in that fight, you could feel it in your chest. Well, now this is an order of magnitude higher than that. Each clash of this sword is like shattering glass. Just the percussion of it. And we got another flurry of sword strikes, which was required back then, apparently. Although I will say, like, I was getting better at them. At least they weren't, like the first ones were like really boring. Like literally you just couldn't see their arms at all. You just saw like sparks. They were moving too fast to see. At least now I'm like at least doing these like ghost images of the swords. So at least it's more visually interesting. Although it's weird to see two people with such giant swords like sparring that close to one another. Like it's not the point of giant swords. Whatever. And this, I had someone remark once that they liked that I finally showed the disadvantage of having long hair in battle. Toss into the building. I do like the way this fight goes places. It's not just here we are and we fight. Like it starts down here and then it stays down there and then they change forms and then they go into the building and then the building gets destroyed. So I was starting to choreograph events. Like this final battle would have sucked if I hadn't. At least it's got some gravity to it because it goes places, you know. If you're going to make a story about the fight, you need the fight to be more dynamic than just two people punching each other in one single spot. And they start doing some damage. There was like we cut in on people watching, you know, and there's Jeff Claus and Hippo watching. And then here, maybe you missed it, but of course, we've already read the issue, so you know that Neil loses the gem out of his pocket, and that's the moment right there. I didn't want to draw like attention to it. I want to zoom in on it, but I also didn't want to like half an off screen and feel kind of cheap. So like, yeah, you can see right there. That's the cut that caused the gem to fall out of Neil's pocket. And the Demon King tries to catch the sword like he did last issue, but the sword's much bigger now, so he just loses the thumb on it. I think I did a pretty good job of rendering this ceiling falling in. I definitely would have had a way harder time with that earlier. It's not like perfect, but like you get the gist, and you can see like office furniture and stuff falling from above. I like this toaster hanging.
from the last floor. And then we see the demon's arm attack, which I like. And this is the first time Demon King's used it since he got his prosthetic, and you can see here in the silhouette the prosthetic is completely destroyed. I'm still proud of this. You can see the blast traveling down the building, where it's like smashing out the windows down here, hasn't reached here, and here we just kind of see like debris and dust billowing out of these windows. And this showing that Neil's getting hit by all that. This probably didn't need to be a full page, considering how meh it is. It's just like, the building fall down. Boosh. I always like this. If you notice, whenever the Demon King uses the demon's arm, like it does actual damage to his arm. Like it fucks his arm up. But he's immortal, so it heals. So if you keep track, you can actually see his arm slowly heal each frame after he uses this technique. Except for, of course, the part that the hand that Neil cut off several issues ago. Then boom, hit with some rebar. I still like that. Although I figure if you could throw that, you could probably throw in your sword and ended this, but whatever. And then this is the best Dragon Twister I've ever drawn, because we haven't seen one on Heaven Gate yet. There's still some improvements that could be made, but by far this is the best one we've seen in Hellgate. We got this spin, and then Demon King freaks out. I love this Neil doing a two-handed swing for the Dragon Twister. I think previous ones just showed him going like at most, but I like a two-handed downward swing for the Dragon Twister. And then we see it, hit it land here. The only thing it's really missing is we could also use like another shot of like the face of the Dragon Twister. We've seen that in other Dragon Twisters, but I think that would have made this one like the perfect package. Like here, bam, and then here it comes at you. Instead, we just kind of get this, which, what is this frame here? It's boring. But you see, he puts a sword out in front of him, which is why there's at least some of him left here. But the sword gets slain, because the sword is also a demon. He's all tuckered out. And then, just so happens, the gem and that building collapsing, and the energy dragon going by, the gem just happened to be near the Demon King after all this. He swallows it. I had people like point out like, where did it go? Because like he ain't got anything left here. I don't know. It just hung out in his stomach, in his throat. He just needed it in his body. It didn't have to get to his stomach. And then he starts merging with everyone. These here, if you remember these from issue 9, Courtney and Jessica and Jesse were out on their own when these minor demons attacked them. They were able to beat them up and tie them up. And apparently they've been there ever since. It's been several years. And then I just show demons just all over the world. I like this one was apparently mugging some guy. And then even the demons out of Neil's sword. And I think I kind of tried to do a little bit of sketching of the different demons. That looks like D4.0 there. That looks like the first demon, the demon Neil fought in issue 1. The other ones I can't really make out. Here is the Demon God. I will talk more about almost the vision I had where I first thought up this fight at the beginning of the next reading, because it fits well with the cover of that issue. But I like this design. If you can't tell, very tiny right there is the gem in his forehead. Then Neil struggles. I like this. Neil tries to do another Dragon Twister. It just doesn't work. We see the rust back because the sword has to have at least one demon in it for it to facilitate a transformation. So why is the rust there and not there? Well, because if you remember all the way back in issue 2, this was the part of the sword that was sticking out of the gate. So basically, and once Neil slayed a very small lizard demon, that rust went away. So now there's no demons powering up the sword. It reverts back to its kind of beaten up state from it being sealed in the gate for so long. This part here didn't rust because my thought process is that when it seals the gate, when it's stabbed into the gate, the part that goes into the gate like dematerializes and forms the barrier that locks the gate. And then when he pulls it out, it rematerializes into sword. So this part here wasn't even like corporeal for the last 2,000 years. So when it like reforms, it's like pristine. But this part, which was sticking out of the gate, that's all rusted up. This hand coming at him is just a little boring. Could be better. I just need to show Neil like struggling, trying his best. I do like this. This is a unique pose where he's got the sword right in front of him. Unique in terms of like I'd never done that before. So like good on me for trying something new there. This idea of like I can't go, but I gotta move. I can't, but I got to. And then I wanted him to like just suddenly look really serene. Like there's just like this moment like here comes the power. I don't think I pulled it off there. I just don't think that's how that looks. Then the transformation begins. You know, he's very buff. He's not supposed to be that buff in his base form. So this is part of the transformation. And then Jessica and Courtney. I like this shooting out of their clothes like that and the beams flight. I like that. That came out really well. This ain't bad either. And then let's talk about this. Let's talk about this form now. Now that we see it, Neil's fourth form, the angelic form. So, as I've talked about before, with the Neil's transformations, they were all inspired by Dragon Ball Z. Neil's first form is Super Saiyan, his second form Super Saiyan 2, his third form Super Saiyan 3, with all a variety of other inspirations and alterations made before they made it to the pages of the comic. Like the third form had also Inuyasha inspirations. The second form had Inuyasha and Rurouni Kenshin inspirations thrown in as well. But it's same for the fourth form. So if you don't know, there is a thing called Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT, which sees Goku or Vegeta. They're always shirtless and they have hair covering their torso, except for like their chest is like bare, but there's hair all over their back and their arms, not their necks or anything like that. But and they have their black hair, and the fur is red, and they have black hair, but it's a little bit longer. It's kind of like down to their shoulders now, and they get these yellow eyes. And that was the first inspiration for Neil's fourth form, right? There wasn't going to be fur because that didn't make any sense lore-wise. Neil's not an ape. Oh. Semantics. But that's not part of the, So what it was, its original design was Neil's going to get really buff, which that stayed. His hair was going to grow out, which doesn't happen now, but that's because I grew Neil's hair out naturally very early on in Hellgate. He had short hair at first, and then he grew it out shoulder length and got the ponytail. So instead of his hair growing, he just doesn't have the ponytail up. So that there's no change to his hair. This is his hair as it would look normally. His eye color also doesn't change. I was going to have it go yellow, but I was like, well, to keep it brown. He was going to get armor that was going to be red, kind of like the red fur of the Super Saiyan, and it was going to kind of have a pattern on it that kind of mimicked the fur pattern of a Super Saiyan 4. But as that went on, I realized, the more I thought about it, I was like, red doesn't feel like the right color here. If he's supposed to be this ultimate holy form, red doesn't make sense. So now it's white armor. It also, you can't quite see well here because the sword's in front of it, but he's got like a kind of like a piece coming off one shoulder, but not the other. And the reason is because that's very solid, and I couldn't think of how Neil would be able to move his sword arm well with that, just this solid piece there, not letting it move. So the arm that wields the sword, that's got full range. And then I was thinking of Heaven Gate, and I was thinking, and when Neil turns into this form in Heaven Gate, I'll give him wings then. Like it's even better then. But I never really thought of a reason why that would have wings then and not now. And also, the more I tried to think of it fighting and flying around, it didn't make sense for it not to have wings at all. And so that's where the wings come in. I was like, all right, we'll throw the wings in now, and he gets a halo. So it's like an angelic form. And I had someone, the sword is much shorter now. And I had someone give me crap about that on the Gaia online forums. Like, swords aren't supposed to be that short. Like, they thought it was a drawing error and not intentional. They thought I was just drawing the sword too small on accident. And I had someone that I was in a college class with go to bat for me. He's like, well, actually, the reason why it's smaller in that form is because in the third form it's large, but his power is more under control, more contained. And I'm just like, yeah, what? Like that. Okay, I didn't really think that hard into it. I just want to have a smaller, faster blade in this form. But thank you for coming up with your own headcanon and arguing with someone on the internet over it. And Hiseki turns into a heart. And then the symbols, this here is the demon letter E for Evans because Jessica covered up, became the armor for his sword. And this, which looks like a Y, is actually the demon letter R for Rosebud because Courtney Rosebud became the armor around his body. And then we got this this Halloween picture here. We got Jessica as a genie, Jesse as a ghost, Courtney as a nurse, Neil as a samurai, Demonic as a carrot, and Hippo as a bunny. And yeah, that is the last of the Green Flame issues. That was Hellgate, Battle 39, Holy versus Demonic. Thank you for that, Redeemed Gamer Boy. And hopefully next time you guys see me in one of these videos, or the next part of this Green Flame compilation, however you're watching this, it's from a Twitch stream. I think I got the audio fixed, so huzzah.
Thank you so much for watching. If you liked this video, make sure you hit the like button, and I'd love to read your comments below. And make sure you're subscribed so you know when the next comic goes up. Also, check the description for a playlist of any readings you may have already missed. And if you'd like to read ahead, all of these comics are free on my website, YaegerComics.com. Bye!